Desperate times call for desperate measures. And yeah, desperate times really call for desperate measures. Wearing the Blue Jay sweater, wearing red underneath for Canada, wearing the pillbox hat that was my dad's, and hopefully with my dad I can celebrate a championship with the influence of my dad and the influence of Eric Markin, my coworker who died 2 months ago. This is just, hard to believe, but yeah, there's a game seven in Toronto. The Jays never played a game seven in World Series history. I mean, the two times the Jays have been to the World Series, they've won in 6 games both times. But now they got a game seven. They could have done the trouble of winning in game sixes. I think the Dodgers are lifetime terrible and all that in a game seven. So I'm just going to look up on Sharp Sports results schedule Los Angeles. Regular game sevens. The Dodgers are 5-5 in game sevens. They've won the last two. So, not as bad as I thought it would be. Well, Cleveland beat Brooklyn in game seven to win the 1920 World Series, but that was a best of 9 series. 1947, they lost to the Yankees in game seven, even though they came back in game six with that big rally against Bill Bevins to win. And then the Yankees in 1952, Billy Martin making that famous catch with the bases loaded, a pop-up that if it dropped, Brooklyn could have scored as many runs as they could. 1955, the Dodgers finally got the game seven monkey up their back, beating the Yankees thanks to Johnny Padres' shutout. Then 1956, they had a game seven against the Yankees again, but the Yankees won 9-0. 1965, the Dodgers went to game seven against Minnesota and won the game thanks to Sandy Koufax and his perfect start. That game is actually famous because, the 55 game is famous because the Dodgers finally got a title. But the 65 matchup is big because if you look at Minnesota's World Series history as the Minnesota Twins, not as the Washington Senators, but as the Washington Senators, in 1965, 1987, 1991, the Twins hosted 12 World Series games. They had home field in all 3 of them because of the rotation rule. But the fact is, the Twins are 11-1 lifetime at home in the World Series. And guess what? That game was the one that they botched. 1988, the Dodgers played the Mets in New York for the chance to face Oakland and basically might be slaughtered. Of course, we all know what happened, but at the time, Oakland was like, we're going to slaughter the Dodgers if they beat the Mets. And, the Mets might give Oakland a piece of their mind. But yeah, the Dodgers won game seven by a score of 6-0. That was just huge. And then thanks to I think Orel Hershiser pitched that game, didn't he? And then in 2017, in game seven of the World Series at home, they ended up losing to Houston 5-1, thanks to George Springer. And ironically, he's facing the Dodgers, of course. And then in 2018, the Dodgers went to Milwaukee for game seven of the NL Championship Series, the NLCS. And thanks to a massive catch by Chris Taylor in the 6th inning and then a Yasiel Puig homer in the 8th, the Dodgers took care of Milwaukee 5-1. And then, of course, 2020, the Dodgers beat the Braves in the NLCS to go to the World Series against Tampa. So they're 5-5 in game sevens in history, which isn't that bad. I mean, yep. So, yeah, like in the World Series, that's just all game sevens. So, yeah, so someone's going to be above 500 in game sevens. Road teams, 21-19 in World Series game sevens. So basically just reading the chat because, we'll have the replay chat, the chat and replay. So yeah, the road teams are 21-19. The last home team to win was the Cardinals in 2011. That was the series in which they came back in game six twice against Texas with a strike down. Everyone says, well, yeah, they were a strike away from losing in the 9th inning in game six. That's actually not completely true. They also were a strike away from ball blowing it in the 10th and came back to tie. And then David Freese hit that home run. And then game seven, Texas had nothing left. We had a game seven in 2014 with San Fran beating the Royals. The Royals looked good, but San Fran decided to use Madsen Bumgarner out of the pen after the 4th inning, and it worked. The Giants crushed the Dodgers the Royals. 2016, everyone knows about that game seven between the Cubs and the Indians. Of course, I have to say it as the historical name. But the Cubs won the World Series. Thanks. The Cleveland was up 3-1, but the Cubs won a meaningless game 5 at home and then won game 6 and 7. I am actually in the middle of a draft, a Yahoo draft. You'll hear the beeps and the boops and the boops and boops. Might as well take Corbelli. All right, so yeah. So sorry about that. I'm just in the frame of mind of picking up some players and all that. It's a 13 players per team, and there's 16 teams, including one computer team that got the number 1 pick. I don't know why. I mean, the commissioner should have just redid the numbers. So, of course, you got the Toronto Blue Jays flag, the famous Blue Jay flag. I almost bought at Shoppers Drug Mart the little ball and bat thing, but I thought that kind of was bad. And, basically it's like, if I buy something new, do I jinx my team? So I basically said nyet to that. There's, the Blue Jays shirt. All that. I know I should wear something else underneath, but yeah, I'm just too worried about the Blue Jays and all that to wear a jersey today. Well, I wore the Batista jersey, I wore the light blue, and I wore the light blue pullover with losses. So I wore this in game 7 against the Mariners. So there's no chance I can fail. So there are a few things to keep our heads above water on. The NHL, well, the NBA is not really important to us Canadians and all that. So yeah. So as of right now, so we'll give you the scores and stats right here, right now. The games that are going on right now. New Jersey will play LA later tonight. Chicago, Edmonton in Edmonton. Rangers will play Seattle at 10 o'clock. New York Rangers 5-5 and 2. The Kraken 5-2 and 3. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of. There are some scores to keep our eyeballs on. By the way, tomorrow Tampa will play Utah. Columbus will play the Islanders. Calgary will be in Philly. New Jersey will be in Anaheim. New Jersey, San Jose. The Leafs will come home on Monday to face Pittsburgh on Prime, and I don't have Prime, so anyway. Dallas and Florida are tied 2-2 right now. Florida leading 2-0 on goals by the Rat, Brad Marchand, and Sammy Reinhart. Wyatt Johnston and Justin Hickeroian. That's a tongue twister. Has scored to tie it at 2. Buffalo, Washington after one period. Buffalo was down 2-0. Dylan Strome and Alex Prodas for Washington. Tage Thompson, Alex Tutuk, and Isaac Rosen. Not Sam Rosen, Isaac Rosen with the goal. I don't know if Isaac Rosen is related to Sam Rosen. I know he's a hockey player. Oh, he's Swedish, so I don't think he's definitely related to Sam Rosen. I would have loved to see if he was related to Sam Rosen. Montreal leading 2-0 at the end of one period. Cole Caulfield and Yuri Slafkovsky with goals. Cole Caulfield was actually honored by the Habs as the top Montreal player of the month of October. So yeah, 2-0. That's the big game. That would have been on Sportsnet if it wasn't for this game between the Jays and the Dodgers. Leafs and Flyers are tied 1-1 after a period. Christian Dvorak for Philly. Austin 334. Matthews for the Leafs. Columbus and St. Louis are tied 1-1. Justin Falk for St. Louis. Charlie Coyle, my Charlie Coyle for Columbus. Minnesota, Vancouver. Minnesota's only goal of the game is Vladdy Tarasenko. Surprised he's still playing. He's from Minnesota. Boston, Carolina. Boston won 2-1 on goals by Casey Middlestat, the pride of Minnesota, and Victor Evertson. Alex Nikishin for Carolina. Winnipeg wins 5-2. Big win over Pittsburgh. Sid the Kid did score his 9th goal of the season. Oh, this guy's big. And you got Blake Lissette. Brad Lambert, Slava Nastikov, or named Stankoff, scoring for the Jets. Gabe Filardi. I keep thinking he's from the Kitchener Rangers, but he's not from the Kitchener Rangers. Kyle Connor, and then Connor the empty net to beat Pittsburgh. Big win. Calgary, Nashville. Nashville wins 4-2. Michael Bunting, former Leaf. Matthew Wood, Jonathan Marchessault, and Philip Forsberg for Nashville. Jonathan Huby, Dubidoo, and Joe Farabee for Calgary. And then San Jose wins in overtime. Colorado can't believe it. Marty Netkas and Nathan McKinnon with the goals. Macklin Celebrini and Philip Kurashev scoring. AWD, what's that? Oh, awarded goal. And then Kurashev in overtime. So we got that going. Dodgers starting lineup is Shohei pitching and leading off. Will Smith, the Fresh Prince at catcher. Freddie Canadian Freeman at first base. Mookie Betts will play shortstop. Mad Max Muncy, third base. Teoscar the Grouch Hernandez playing right. Tommy Edman playing center field. Tommy Gunn, I guess you can call it. Kiki Hernandez playing left. And Miguel Rojas playing second base. Same starting lineup as yesterday for the Dodgers. Blue Jays deciding to wear the white paneled hat, kind of like what I'm wearing, and wearing white tonight. And Ohtani will take a pitch high, ball one. Ohtani-san, in the postseason, 254, 8 home runs, 14 RBIs. If the Dodgers win the World Series, that's the World Series MVP. I mean, they always give it to the guy on the winning side, except for 1960 with Bobby Richardson. Ohtani, wide, ball two. Scherzer knows. He pitched game 3. He pitched okay, and so did Glasnow. But Glasnow did pitch the final 2 outs in game 6, and he's not going to be on the bump to start. It's Ohtani. I figured they would go with Ohtani anyway. Foul ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, tickets are huge because tickets, the cheapest seat is $1,200 for standing room only tickets, and the hardest ticket is $10,000 behind home plate. I mean, $10,000, geez. That's almost half my yearly salary. Ohtani to center field, drops in, base hit. Varsho will keep it in front of him, and that's a single. Because he wants to mingle, and now Smith will come to the plate. Yeah, so basically it's Ohtani or Vladdy who will probably be named the World Series MVP. Ohtani torched the Blue Jays in game 3 and all that, being on plate 9 times, actually, through 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and then 5 walks, including 3 intentional. Now, Will Smith, the catcher, in this the 6th year or the 5th year that Will Smith has been in the World Series, either the catcher or the reliever. Pitch in the way. Steve Ayuk, big strike there. Will Smith, 269, homer, 7 RBIs. Canadian. So Dort, and I need a power. And I'm going to take a power forward. And I'm going to go Kuzma. Foul ball. So 1 more guy left. And then. So anyway, yeah. Sorry about the beeps and boops. But, you know, those are Yahoo sounds and all that. Yeah, my fantasy football, I have to take a look at all 10 teams. 5 in the Yahoo League, 5 in the NFL.com League. 0-2. Chopper, Vladdy, flip the first. Only plays the first. But at least they got the key out because that would have been disastrous if Vladdy couldn't make any play. So runner on second for the Canadian Freddie Freeman. Personally, the 2 people I don't want I don't want screwing us over in game 7 are Ohtani and Freeman because, you know, Freddie was the World Series MVP last year. He probably won't be this year. I mean, Ohtani, for what he did in game 3 and all that, and is pitching in game 7 if the Dodgers win. Dodgers do have a 22 runners in scoring position average this series. That's pretty low. Freeman, golfs it. The center. Marshall says he's got it. He's got it. Ohtani's going for third base. He will be safe. But as long as the Jays can just get Mookie Betts out, the Blue Jays will escape with nothing. And the Dodgers will be that. I am drinking the Monster Peach. I do plan on switching to Aussie Lemonade. If the Dodgers do take the lead, then I'm switching to Aussie Lemonade. So anyway. There's Mookie, 239, no home runs in the postseason, but 8 RBIs. He's looking for number 9. Mookie was kind of the hero of last night's game in game 6 because if it wasn't for Mookie, then the Dodgers probably would not have gotten to game 7 because he had that 2 RBI hit, and the Dodgers beat the Jays 3-1 last night. Pitch on the way. Mookie, grounder to short. That should be easy for Jem. You bet. And the Dodgers strand the leading run 90 feet away. This could work. They have to just get to Ohtani. Scherzer, of course, getting the whole inspection thing, which kind of is BS, but everyone does that. All right, so yeah, my fantasy pick number 13 will be up later. So anyway, yeah, of course it's the Blue Jays. Everyone's worried in T-Dot. I'm not gonna play Bingo Blitz. I'm just going to pick up my treasures and all that. That's my daily shit, because obviously I'm probably gonna go to bed after game 7. Of course, don't forget tomorrow there will be a stream. There will be a stream tomorrow. So I'll just make sure I get my thing and all that, my videos. I'm just going to give you the link. All right, the link. Details of the link. Yeah, I'll give you the link to tomorrow's event. I can, without copying anything else. Copy. So yeah, so I will have the Cutter concert tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 Pacific, win or lose, because it's either going to be happy songs or angry songs. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to play Bingo Blitz. I'm just going to collect my stuff. Uh, 6 months on VIP. So I get 30 daily. And it's guaranteed. Like I get plus 30 credits without having to sacrifice anything. That's good. All right, the Blue Jays. Georgie Springer. Hey there, Georgie boy. He's DHing. He did play yesterday. Nathan Hot Dogs Lucas playing left. Vladdy Jr. playing first base. Bobo Black Sheep Bichette at second. Addy Honeybarger playing right. And kind of the GOAT of last night's game. Of course, GOAT in this case being the guy who freaking decided to stray off second base. I mean, I know that it's not the worst move in postseason history, but that was terrible. Andrew Kirk will catch him at 6. Dalton Varsho through the snow at 7th. Ernie, my darling Clementine, will at 8th. And Andreas the Gem Jimenez will be number 9. No major change from last night's starting lineup either. So if you're I know you'll probably be thinking, well, everything else. All right. So Bingo Blitz, I got my stuff for tomorrow. Ohtani-san pitching. He's a decent pitcher. He's a rarity. He's a two-way player that has made it work. I mean, Babe Ruth was a two-way player. I mean, back in the 1910s, he was a young pitcher who was good for the Red Sox. He actually won a few key World Series games, but he wanted to hit. And the Red Sox said, we're not risking it because you need to pitch. So I think Babe Ruth got too big for his britches. Boston got rid of him to the Yankees for 125,000 smackers. And that's not chump change. This was 1920s money. This was not 2020s money. It's like $120,000. Oh, that's pocket change. That's probably like $5 million right now. But yeah. Ohtani trying to give Japan another title. I mean, he did win the title last year. The Dodgers are trying to do what no team has done in 25 years. And that's go back-to-back in the World Series with winning the title. Only one team, the Phillies, in 2008, 2009, even had a chance to repeat and go to the World Series. They won the title against Tampa in 2008, but they lost in 2009 to the Yankees in Game 6 to Hideki Matsui. Speaking of the Japan connection. There's the legend, Clayton Kershaw. Is he going to pitch Game 7? I mean, Clayton Kershaw is an icon and all that. And, he's won a few titles. He is known for his postseason failures and all that. That's practically why he wasn't made a starter for the Dodgers in their rotation. Glasnow was the guy. Here's George Springer. He'll lead us off. The designated hitter throughout the series, throughout the World Series and throughout the playoffs, he's not strayed from the DH spot. Every time he's in the lineup, he's the DH. Ohtani throws a very high pitch, ball 1. Springer, 262, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs when he is healthy. He missed games 4 and 5 due to the injury. And it's not fair to say that, that's pathetic because, the Jays were 2-0 without him. But, they had to fight everything they had because of his injury. So, anyway, it's a 2-0 pitch from Ohtani. Ball 3. So, Springer might take it. I think he'll take it. The old 3-0 take. Make my last pick. The Aussie, Steven Adams. I think he's a Kiwi, sorry. And it says I have the second best draft. Yep, that's the free take. Pittspen beat me. They said that the manager listing would be 7th. So, yeah, my total 20,000 plus. Pittspen, number 1. Point guards, not really that great. Shooting guards, second behind Jalen Jones. Small forward, not really. There's a base hit by Springer, and he does not have the wheels, so that's a single. But I have the power forwards to prove it. All right, so fantasy basketball is done. That didn't take long. That didn't even take an hour to get 13 players. So looping hit by Springer, and now Lucas. Let's see what he can do here. Yeah, Springer does not have the speed because of his knees and the legs and all that. A George Springer at 100% would have been a double, and that would have been big. So the first hit of the game goes to Mr. Springer, and now Lucas, who had a 10-year journey just to get to the major leagues. And a ball, thank goodness for Smith catching that ball because Springer might have went to second base if it wasn't behind him. Lucas, 288 with 8 RBIs. He's not really a home runs guy. He only had 12 in the regular season, excuse me. George Springer, the big contract in 2021, picking up from the Astros. That was big. 1-0. It takes a 99 mile per hour pitch, but the pitch ain't one. Hit me. So, yeah, no score in this game. Well, we're in the first inning, but anything can happen in the first inning. The question on everyone's lines will be, how low will the starters go in Game 7? Pitch to Lucas. He flails at a 99 mile per hour fastball, strike 2. You don't really throw stinkers, sinkers, or sliders or anything more than 90 miles per hour. That's hard to do. But anyway, yeah, so it's 1-2 pitch to Lucas. Number 38 onward pitch. He's 100 miles per hour, and Lucas chopped it back. Thank goodness for that. So, yeah, George Springer, number 4. The best number 4 is Manny Lee, by my guess. And for number 38, I don't know. Dave Steve wore 37. I know that. 38, thinking not Pat Hankin. I think Jim Clancy, but I don't think he wore 38. Anyway, 1-2. Bounces it, and Springer will hang on because it's in front of him, and he doesn't have the wheels. Of course, that is the big part. So, yeah, Blue Jays, Dodgers Game 7, the first Game 7 in a World Series in 6 years. The last time was 2019. Nationals had the lead, but the Nationals hit. Who hit that home run off the foul pole? I can't remember. I would say Matt Adams, or even Bryce Harper, but I don't think so. I'll have to research it. But yeah, that was the last Game 7. 6 years since a Game 7. Lucas. Oh, jeez. Wish that was fair, but it was just foul. If it was fair, I would have been first and second for sure. Ew, just by a few feet. So yeah, the last World Series, Game 7 World Series, 2019. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Well, you had to go for it. Yeah, that 2019 World Series, the last time we went to 7. Washington finally won the World Series, the first in franchise history that included the Expos, but a lot of Expo fans did not like it. One bit. Yeah. Washington won the 1924 World Series. Of course, that team was later the Minnesota Twins. And now here's Vladdy Jr., who's been basically our biggest hero. Well, Springer too, but yeah, Vladdy. 412, 8 dingers, 15 RBI. So practically he's got the World Series MVP spot if the Jays win. He takes a ball. So, yeah, anyway. The 2019 World Series was the first time that in any of the leagues, baseball, basketball, and hockey, well, football doesn't do a best of 7. They do one game winner take all. Ball 2 didn't make him. The visiting team won all the games of a 7-game championship series. It was the first time ever. There's Cito in the stands with his wife. I hope that was his wife. So anyway, the road team outscored the home team 49-14 in those 7 games. So basically, it was 7-2 every time. Washington only scored 3 runs on home turf. Vladdy, well, he had to go for it at a 79-mile-per-hour curve. So anyway, yeah, this was huge in 2019 and all that. Game 7. It was 6-2 for the National. Well, Washington was down 2-0, but then Anthony Rendon made it 2-1, and then Howie Kendrick's home run was off the foul pole. It was a 2-run shot to make it. No, it was a home run to make it 3-2, and then of course, yeah, it was a 2-run home run to make it 3-2, and then that was the winning home run. Pitch of the way at the Vladdy. Yep. That would have been a strike. So yeah, that was just pure imagination. I'm just trying to think if there's ever been a longer drought of a Game 7 around, because 6 years. The last time Major League Baseball went 6+ years without a Game 7. 2017 went 7. I know 2014 went 7. 2011 went 7. 2010 did not, right? No, they went 5. 2009, 2008, 2007. Vladdy, 100 miles per hour. What a strikeout by Ohtani. Vladdy is out, and that's it. Well, brutal strikeout by Ohtani. Well, that's why he's going to be a potential World Series MVP. Watch the pitch. Yeah. A strike him out. Yeah, it was a strike him out, throw him out, double play. Should have at least swung at it. Well, that sucked. No score through 1 inning, though. It ticks me off because the Blue Jays had basically shut out the Dodgers. The 1 inning that the Dodgers scored runs, and that was 3 in the 3rd inning. Otherwise, the Dodgers didn't score 1 run. Well, the Blue Jays scored in the 3rd inning, but couldn't get any more runs, including that 2nd and 3rd with no outs. I mean, if that ball did not get stuck in left field, under the left field wall, if it had moved, if it kept moving, then, the center fielder, Justin Duke or whatever his name is, he made the smart play because he knew that the ball, if it gets stuck under the pad, that's an automatic double. And don't touch it because then it's 2nd and 3rd. And the runner gets sent back home. I mean, that's fair. And then, of course, Ernie Clement decided to go on the first pitch and fly in a pop-up. If he was patient, maybe a sac fly makes it 3-1 and then run around 3rd. And then maybe Addie Barger doesn't do the stupid thing by getting caught off second base. Hernandez made a good catch and all that. Imagine if he missed the catch. That could have been big for the Blue Jays. 2 runs score, and we're tied at 3 going to extra innings. I mean, if the Jays did lose in extra innings, I mean, it'd be like, sure, why not? But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. So, yeah, anyway, so they've done 3 of the first 4 matches of Saturday night's main event. It's on YouTube. Well, because Peacock has it on Sportsnet. Has it on because NBC decides to have football in USC Nebraska. Cody Rhodes beat Drew McIntyre for the undisputed belt. Jade Cargill is the new WWE Women's Champion, and Dominic Mysterio won the triple threat to be IC champion. Now CM Punk will face Jey Uso. The winner will be the World Heavyweight Champion. Of course, because of Seth Rollins having that injury during the last pay-per-view in Australia. And of course, that's when Braun Breaker and, in essence, Bronson Reed turned on him. So, that breaks up the function. And Seth Rollins is due to be out for 6 months. So he's practically out till May. So he might be back in time for WrestleMania if he's healthy enough. But other than that, I don't see him moving on. Although, to be fair, everyone that's in Cena in 2007, when he got injured in October, would be out for a year with the pectoral. He came back in 3 months and went to the Royal Rumble and won the Royal Rumble at number 30. Max Muncy batting below the Mendoza line. He does have 2 home runs, though. He had 19 in the regular season. And a little high, ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike there. Yeah, I mean, if the Blue Jays lose this game, imagine what will happen in Toronto. I'd be frightened that there would be some rogue Blue Jay fans doing some poor things, poor judgment. Muncy, holy shit. It looked like a strike. But no, it ain't. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it must be a moose. Anyway, the 2-1. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 2. Okay. Everything is even up. Yeah. I hate Saturday's main event not being on NBC because I would think it would be on NBC after all. I mean, yeah, you have college football, but couldn't you put USC Nebraska at 3:30 in the afternoon? I mean, SC Nebraska in any other year, like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, that's prime TV viewing. Muncy went around, steer, 3, you out. Yeah, Scherzer was the guy who won the last game 7, 6 years ago. Let's see here. 2009 was 6, 2008 was 4. 5, sorry. 2007 was 4. 2006 was 5. 2005 was 4. 2004 was 2003, 2002. Yeah, so from 2002 to 2011, that was a 9-year stretch without a World of Game 7. That's the longest streak. The 6-year drought's the longest since 02 to 11. So that's a big one. Because 03 went 6, then it went 4, then 4, then 5, then 4, then 6, 5, sorry, then 6, and 5. Teoscar floats at the right. Too easy. Barger makes the catch. That's 2 on the board. And now here comes Edman. The Tommy gun, if they call him. So Tommy Edman playing in. The Dodgers have had some lineup shakeups, especially with Andy Pages, or Pages as his name spells out. Pages has been horrible at the plate, batting below 100. Batting at a temperature. Like, I don't know what the temperature is, but whatever. But yeah, like Pages, and they've had to do some shuffling. Edman's now in the outfield. Ball one, almost hit him. He tried to turn away. Tommy Edman, 233, 2 round trippers, 7 RBIs. He's been the second baseman, but he's moved to center field with Pages being done for, and Miguel Rojas moving in to be playing second base. The veteran presence. Well, Alex Call has not been the answer for the Dodgers, replacing Pages, who had a decent regular season, but in the postseason, he's been nothing. And that's not just the Blue Jays who's posing with Pages. It's the Reds in the wild card round. It's the Phillies in the NLDS and the Brewers in the NLCS. I mean, for how good the Dodgers are, Pages was nowhere to be found. Edman swings it to right field. This could be trouble. Back at the wall. Nope. Thank goodness for the dome being closed. That's a phew moment. 3 up, 3 down, and Barger throws the ball into the crowd. So no score through 1.5. Yeah. A lot of people wanted the dome to be open, but I mean, with the weather being this crappy and all that. Yeah, it wants me to update, but I don't have the space to update it. Try again later. So yeah, I've of course, with me being off today, I had a lot of time to do some editing for my stuff. Like ASG Golf will be up on the channel at 10:15. 2nd and 10 college football tourney, the 128-team tourney for November 1st. You know, the round of 64 matches. There will be 7 of them to see who gets to round 32. OOTV Legends League, Game 3 of the World Series. Are we going to see a Game 5 in that series? Oakland's up 2-0. If Oakland wins Game 3, then it's 3-0 and it's almost over. ASG Golf, of course, Bay Hill 80s, 2000s, and all that. Yeah, so the Toronto Stock Exchange. They're talking about how many peaks and valleys and all that. Of course, we had a couple of recessions and all that. There will be a Stone Cold Hockey upload on... Yeah, the Stone Cold Hockey upload will be with the Oilers and all that. So, yeah. Everyone wants CM Punk to be the World Heavyweight Champion. I mean, after all, CM Punk is an icon. Oops. What is Bill saying? They're saying cult of personality. When I was listening to it years ago, I thought it was a coked up personality. And I would have been like, okay, I'm a coked up personality. That's kind of wrong. Yeah, it says, yeah, I'm reading Facebook right now, and it says that 8 teams in MLB history have won Game 6 and 7 on the road. The 2019 Nats, the 2016 Cubs, we all know that. The 1979 Pirates, when they were down 3-1. Now what's going on? Well, unfortunately, I don't have the benefit of the audio because of the whole fact that, Major League Baseball gets bitchy and YouTube gets bitchy if I do the audio, so game audio, so I can't do anything. 1979 Pirates, yeah, they were down 3-1 in that series. The pop star show, We Are Family thing. Chuck Tanner's mom actually died before Game 5 of the World Series. That might have helped out the Pirates win that World Series. 1968 Tigers, they won the World Series. Bichette takes a ball away, 1-0 to him. Bobo, 316 with 3 RBIs. Of course, he's played all his postseason action in the World Series. He was hurt and was not available for the ALDS against the Yankees, and then almost got to the ALCS roster, but he just couldn't leg out some stuff, so he had to sit out the LCS against Seattle, and now he's on the World Series roster at the risk of Jody Lopez-Fido. Yeah, 1968 Tigers, that was when Game 6, well, they were down 3-1, and then they won 12-1 in Game 6 in St. Louis, and then beat Bob Gibson in Game 7, which is like, how the hell do you beat Bob freaking Gibson? 2-1. Way away, ball 3. Almost hit him there. Yeah, Jim Northrup's triple that Curt Flood misjudged. A lot of people said that was kind of the moment that the Cardinals wanted to get rid of Curt Flood. And, of course, that was when Flood says, you can't own me. I'm not a slave. Ball 4, wide. So they made Ohtani pitch to him. And now here comes Eddie Barger, who is needing something to prevent people from calling him the massive GOAT and basically giving him a massive scorn for Blue Jays fans for years. The 1958 Yankees also won Game 6 and 7 on the road. Yeah, so this is a critical stat. Yeah, and all that. Yeah, 1958 Yankees, they were down 3-1 to the Milwaukee Braves, who almost went back-to-back, but Bob Turley was a demon. I mean, he started Game 5. He pitched in Game 6 in relief, and then in Game 7, he had to come in after 2 innings. And, he pitched his arm out, but it worked. 1952 Yankees, well, I know Game 6, but I thought it was 3-3 after 6. I thought the Dodgers won the first of Game 7 in 1952, but they didn't. It was the Yankees who were down 3-2. And wide, ball 2. 1934 Cardinals, the Gas House game, the basically misfits, and winning 11-0 in Detroit at Tiger Stadium, and then having Joe Medwick get in trouble by having fans throw vegetables at him, and the 1926 Cardinals against the New York Yankees, when Pete Alexander famously got Babe Ruth Babe Ruth was caught stealing. I mean, Babe Ruth trying to steal second base. Why? Tomorrow's supposed to be 11 degrees in Toronto, but will it be a good day or will it be a bad day? 2-2 pitch to Addy. Wide, ball 3. I think they're just making Ohtani wait on it. I think that's what the Blue Jays need to do, is be more patient. Clement should have been more patient. Because if he was more patient, I think he hits a fly ball. Sack fly, 3-2, we lose. Okay, fair. But here's Barger. He went for it, and it's over the second baseman's head. Bichette can't run himself. That leg is hurt. So it's first and second. So Barger, for the time being, has given Toronto some hope, and all might be forgiven. But here's Alejandro Kirk, the short, pudgy catcher who has been giving lots of people hopes and dreams that they don't have the best physical stature, but they are hitting like there's no tomorrow. I mean, like when you look at Benji Molina for the Blue Jays and the Angels and a few other teams, I mean, he was squat. He was a squat man, but he could hit triples. And like that's hard to believe. Kirby Puckett was only 5'9" and a little huge, but he could motor around the bases and hit. Here's Alejandro. Curveball strike. Alejandro 242, 5 home runs, 13 RBIs. He's had some good games. He had 2 home runs in game 1 of the ALDS against the Yankees after a 2 home run day against the Braves on the final day of the season. Oh, what the fuck? That's a brutal mistake by Kirk. Brutal. And now Farsho has to come up. Brutal. You know, yeah, Vladdy Jr., his exploits against against the Yankees, especially the Yankees, hitting 4 home runs in the first 3 games of the series against those pesky Yankees. And now Farsho. There's still one out, so it's not completely useless. Farsho batting .243 with 3 home runs, 10 RBIs in the postseason. He was the big piece that the Jays picked up in a 2022 trade. Was it 22 or was it 23? No, 22. 2022 in the offseason, the Blue Jays traded away their catcher, Gabriel Moreno, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. to Arizona to get Farsho. The joke, of course, was on the Jays at the time because Moreno had a good postseason in 2023 as the Diamondbacks got to the World Series, and so did Gurriel, but they didn't win the World Series. Texas did. Farsho, first and second. 1-1 on the way. Yep, just in there. Strike 2. So, yeah, it's nerve-wracking time in T-Dot. I mean, Toronto has a history of playoff failures in the 4 major sports, even the CFL. Actually, not really the CFL, because once they get to the Grey Cup, every year since 1982, they've been, every time the Boatmen have been to the big dance, they've won it. They started that in 1983 when they broke that 31-year drought. No, sorry, 1987 they fell to the Eskimos. So every year since 1987 that the Argos have been to to the championship, they've won it, which is a weird stat, but it's true. 2-2. Farsho hits at the right. Oh, there's no way Bo was going to go to third base on that one. Wow. It looked good off the bat. It looked good off the bat by Farsho. It was like, it looks good off the bat. Damn it. First and second and no outs against Ohtani, who's tiring. 36 pitches through 2 innings in the second inning. So, you know, you got it. Now the question on my mind for the Dodgers is, how long do you leave Ohtani in there for? I mean, if it's 0-0, I mean, you know, all that. Here's Ernie Clement, 397. He's got a homer, 9 RBIs in the postseason. Chopper. Foul. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness it was behind the plate, and they called it a foul. Because that would have been the third out. You have to go first or second. So anyway, yeah, people are dinging me. Why? I don't know. But yeah, the Blue Jays, no score, 2 outs. Pitch on the way. He went after a base hit. Bichette. Is he going to go home? No. He thought better of it. If Bichette was at 100%, that definitely would have scored, but he does not have it. That might be the big thing. Problem with the Blue Jays is that they have Springer and Bichette who are not 100% running the bases. That could cost them. That definitely kind of cost them in this inning because it's now the bases loaded. Well, it's the bases loaded in 2 outs, and Jimenez, who hasn't really done too much. He hit back home runs in back-to-back games in the LCS in Seattle. I mean, that's him. Now they're going to have a conference on the mound with Ohtani. They're definitely going to probably warm up somebody. Well, there's the Japanese interpreter. I don't know why. Ohtani can speak good English. I mean, does he freaking need an interpreter? I know Yamamoto does, and maybe Rogi Sasaki does, but do they really need an interpreter? Well, there's Glasnow. He only pitched to 2 He only had to pitch to 2 batters yesterday for the save. So Postseason bases loaded, 2 grand slams. Addie Barger in game 1 off the bench. And, of course, Vladdy with his grand slam in game 2 of the LDS against the Yankees on home turf, of course. Jays had never had a postseason grand slam until this year. The next Blue Jays run actually sets a record for most runs in a postseason by a team, by any team in history, and all that. They would have more runs than the Dodgers, and the Dodgers had to play an extra round, so they had more games. So yeah, Varshall's Jimenez, 1 ball, 1 no strikes. He's 412 with runners in scoring position. So if he could do this, the time is now. I could have swung, but he didn't. No score through 1.5 innings. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Jimenez. Or Jimenez, whatever you want to pronounce it. Swing and a miss, 99, strike 2. So the Blue Jays and all that. Well, the time is now for the Blue Jays. If they let this opportunity fall flat, then momentum goes to the Dodgers. He'll foul. So yeah, so of course we'll have the Cutter sings songs, the croon along with Cutter thing tomorrow, no matter what, win or lose. So that'll be the Sunday night stream. 1-2. Swing and a miss, and that will be that. And the Blue Jays leave the bases loaded. I don't know why it's saying all that. It needs my updates and all that. I already did that. So it looks like there's trouble. Okay, so yeah, but I don't know what to do. Well, so Blue Jays watched the bases loaded, so you can tell that there's trouble afoot. So, yeah, well, at least they got the bases loaded. They did something. Okay, so Jeremy's doing some Jackbox stuff and all that. I think I'll watch this thing. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Jeremy Dooley and his stuff. So they're playing this game called Dominate, in which they give you a simple prompt and you try to ruin it, make people laugh. But of course, the second round is that you say 2 things that you like, and then people will try to ruin it for you and all that. Probably give you a good example of it. I kind of like Dominate, and they also do Hearsay, which it's like a thing. They record sounds. They get a prompt and they have to record sounds and all that. Rome used to be nice until the damn Brits showed up. So someone has to try to unruin that thing. They said Rome, but used to be nice until the damn Brits showed up. One person says, which is fine because that's not how history happened. And the other person says, and committed slightly less atrocities than the Romans. So, yeah, they have to find out who actually made the better prompt and all that. I mean, the Blue Jays can't believe it. Is that they had the bases loaded and nothing happened for them. So yeah, they're an exciting 7-game series. And it looks like Platty's going to win this for Jeremy Dooley and all that. I don't know how long his stream will go on for. Anyway, Kiki Hernandez is On the bump for the Dodgers, he's played the most games in Dodgers playoff history. Of course, it's a little biased because, before 1969, the only way you can make the playoffs is if to go to the World Series. And then, of course, Kiki, 254 home runs, 7 RBIs. And then from 1969 to 1993, you could make the playoffs if you win the NL East or the NL West. Well, of course, the AL East or AL West as well. But you'd be in the playoffs. You have an LCS for a trip to the World Series. So you have a potential of, at one time, from 69 to 84, you have a potential of 12 games maximum in the playoffs. And then from 85, where it's Kiki hits at the left, but it's trailing. Farshow will make the catch. 1 down, no problem. No problem at all. So it's all good. Ups, Rovers. Remember, when you don't play sound baseball, you do not deserve to win. Why did they not sacrifice the runners over in that inning? Good point. Roseworth Gamer joins me. He's in the chat, checking out his wonderful channel and all that. From lovely Port Huron, Ontario, by Sarnia, by the U.S. border, by the Michigan-Ontario border, and a strike to Rojas. This is only his second start at second base. Basically, the Dodgers were shuffling second base and center field around Rojas, 231, 3 for 13 with an RBI. I am feeling sick as hell, he says. Had to cancel plans to go watch the game. Family. Oof, that sucks. I feel so bad. I mean, he could have watched the game with family and all that. I feel bad for the guy. I mean, yesterday was no stream because I was roped into going with my buddy Bill to a friend's house in Brantford to watch the game. And, the ending and all that. And like the Blue Jays should have gotten something, second and third and no outs. Forget the fact that Barger was picked off second base. Forget the fact that Ernie Clement wasn't patient and all that. Swing and a miss by Rojas, right through. But the fact of the matter is the Jays had second and third and no outs. You hit a sac fly, it's 3-2. You hit 2 sac flies or, it's 3-3. You take your chances in extras. I take an extra inning loss over the way the Jays lost last night. And they said it was the first game since 2013 to end on the base paths. And that was when Uehara picked off Colton Wong at first base to end game 4 in 2013. And then the Bo Sox won 5-6. Ohtani-san, deep. Oh boy, Lucas. What a move. Wow. He crashes the wall. He makes the catch. That's a big catch. That would have been a double. Ohtani-san is out. That is a critical defensive play by Lucas right there. I know he's kind of not favored, but boom, big play by Scherzer. Scherzer's happy. And guess what? We go to the bottom of the third, no score. 75. Well, at least your dad hit 75. Yeah. So, yeah. My dad expired at 73 in 2020. So, my dad died of pneumonia, all that. But, yeah, cherish those moments when you can. Cherish those moments when you can. So that's my point is that, it's too late on me. Okay, so yeah, Jeremy Dooley is just doing his stuff. I'm just watching Jeremy Dooley stuff in between innings and all that. So they're just getting free prompts from Jackbox 11. Jackbox has a lot of cool games on it. I've tried to play Jackbox at times. Anyway, so yeah. Speaking yourself. So yeah, I'm kind of enjoying Jeremy's stuff and all that. I'm kind of a big fan of his stuff alongside Chill Chaos and a few other people who do Jackbox games because, you get like Fibbage in which you try to learn much about history and all that. And then, you're trying to make people live for people and all that. There's a lot of great moments. Achievement Hunter were my idols at one point because Achievement Hunter I was feeling low, not getting a job and all that. And then all of a sudden, Achievement Hunter came with their gaming, and I was enthralled by Jackbox and, their Grand Theft Auto racing and all that. So anyway, yeah, so that's big and all that. And then, of course, Achievement Hunter and Rooster Teeth crumbled because of Ryan Hayward's stupidity in what he did or what he didn't do, in essence. But yeah, like Ryan had to have done something stupid. I mean, why would they try to get rid of Ryan Hayward and all that? Yeah. So that's the whole point and all that. So it's just amazing. Yeah, a lot of these fans and all time for the Blue Jays, you wouldn't know it that they lost Game 6 and lost a chance to win the World Series, and now we go to Game 7, and what are the umpires looking at? What's John Schneider saying? Of course, you know me, I can't have the game audio on all that. Oh, I guess they're complaining about Ohtani taking too much time between innings, getting to the mound. And go back to lay down. Yikes. Yeah, so anyway, enjoy watching his Dodgers beat the Yankees for one World Series win. Yeah, well, I have an uncle. So Schneider's complaining that Ohtani's getting all these warm-up pitches and all that. In essence, I mean, like Max Scherzer probably is not getting a lot of time for his warm-up pitches. I think if that's true, then there's some kind of American bias. I was afraid of this because I'm like, this is biased. I feel like Major League Baseball will do everything in their power to screw Canada over in the World Series and making sure that Canada doesn't get the World Series because it looks bad for like the 29 American teams. I mean, you got to be worried about 92 and 93. I mean, U.S.-Canada relationships were okay in 92 and 93. I mean, George H.W. Bush did okay with relations with Canada. And then in 93, when Clinton won, he had good relations with Canada. George W. Bush, not so much. Obama had good ties with Canada. Trump did not have good ties with Canada. Well, his first presidency, he didn't really have that great. It wasn't terrible either. Like, yeah, we had that stupid free trade deal. And then Joe Biden didn't really have much. 0-1 pitch. Springer goes after it, swing and a miss, strike 2. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past the Dodgers to have Ohtani pitch 5 innings because you'll get credit for the win and all that. Because the rules are you have to go 5 innings to be credited with a win unless there's special circumstances. Pitch and away. And Springer goes foul. 101 on the gun. Wow. Ohtani is throwing 101 miles per hour. Jeez. You wouldn't know his problems. Pitch. Nope. Springer says, fuck you. I ain't touching that. We have a 10-foot pull or an 8-foot crook. So, yeah, I'm eating some casserole that my aunt made me. 1-2. Springer to left. It will drop. And Springer does not have the wheels, and the ball dropped in front of left field anyway. So, that's a single. Because he wants to mingle. I ate a good bit of casserole like at 6:30, but I just wanted to show you guys basically what it looks like. And no, I'm not a foodie. So Roboleski, the guy who came into the game after Yamamoto was pulled in the 6th inning. I'm actually was shocked that they pulled Yamamoto after 6 innings because he had basically done Lucas. Well, there's the bunt. And close. But Lucas does the right thing. Finally, the Blue Jays are doing fundamentals. They're like, enough is enough is enough. We have to play fundamentals. And he knows Vladdy. Now the question, well, Guerrero did strike out, so I don't think they'll pull him on. I mean, you don't really intentionally walk someone in the first 5 innings of the game. It's kind of, unless they really are hurting you. Well, they're going to pitch to Vladdy. Way away. Oh, and that's a mistake. And the runner will move to third. Now all Flatty's got to do is hit a fly ball. And it's 1-0. Well, they just said CM Punk just won the World Heavyweight belt. Well, I mean, come on. You really think CM Punk was not going to win the Heavyweight Championship? I mean, dude, the guy leaves WWE for like 10 years. He comes back in 2023 Survivor Series to a massive pop. 2024, he ruins Drew McIntyre's chances at the heavyweight belt after his match, and then gives Damian Priest a run with the heavyweight belt. And then, of course, he screws Drew McIntyre several times. And there was supposed to be a massive blow-off at WrestleMania, but CM Punk got hurt. So, yeah, so CM Punk finally is getting his title. You knew he was going to get it. Jey Uso has won it a few times, but, I mean, come on. Anyways, first and third. Oh, they intentionally walked him. That's right. Bichette drives the ball to center field. No way! Say that one. Bobo Black Sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 4 bags full. Holy, say the rot. Well, I guess that was huge. 442 feet. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Wow. Whew. Well, they said he was one of the best hitters around, and man, oh freaking man. The Dodgers probably were wishing that Bo Bichette was not healthy. But Bo Bichette, my goodness gracious sakes alive. What a moment. 3-0. And are they yanking Ohtani? Oh, Ohtani-san is OUT. He's gone. They have taken Ohtani out of the game, although he'll come back to DH. Wow. Can you believe it? Bo Bichette and the bat flip, too. Wow. Holy crap. That is like, holy shit. Wow. Right in the second deck. Well, you believe? Well, believe that. And it's 3-0 Blue Jays. Wow. Holy crap. The dome just went rocking. And Ohtani can't believe that pitch. Well, they were working him. He was on a high pitch count, but Bo Bichette has done it. It's 3-0. Unreal. Well, walking flatty was not the best move in the world. But yeah, the Blue Jays are now up 3-0. They have taken Ohtani-san out of the game, and Robolowski, I think, is the next guy. Yeah, CM Punk beat Jey Uso. Nope. The last time is... Oh, so there's a tournament now. So there's a 16-man tournament that will determine his final opponent. That's actually quite kitsch, if you could say it. But holy crap. I mean, like, yeah. That's amazing. 442 feet into the second deck, if you will. In left center. It was like, holy crap. Destiny versus Dynasty. Well, right now it's 3-0 Blue Jays. But the Jays can't sit on this 3-run lead. I mean, it feels like they want to. But remember, the Blue Jays have had a few blown leads in Game 3. And Robolowski is coming back out. He pitched yesterday. And I thought it was Kurt, but no, it's Barger. He's got to sit. So Barger, the guy who kind of hosts us in Game 6, well, all's probably forgiven. Chopper, foul. It has to go past the base. But Bo Bichette, with a 3-run shot, it's now 3-0 Blue Jays. Springer with that thing around his waist. The good news for Springer is that he's the DH, so he doesn't have to play the field. And, well, Ohtani can go from pitcher to the DH and all that. I mean, the Dodgers don't really have much bats off their benches. Padgett hasn't done too much. Call hasn't done too much. that Justin Dukes guy, who kind of is a hero for not going after that ball. Barger, floater, drops and base hit. Edman couldn't get to it, so Barger's got a single. He's trying to make people forget about that Game 6 boo-boo. He's got a pair of hits. So we'll see what happens here. I know I have a Bo Bichette Funko pop that Aaron gave me. My former warehouse manager did last year because I think it wasn't busted. It was kind of busted. Like the packaging was busted and all that. But Aaron decided to buy it for me. I wish I kept the receipt, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, all that. Kirk. Well, that looked like it was going to be wide, but that's a strike. It catches the spot. So Kirk fouled out, and we thought, oh, that was a terrible play. He should have had more pitch selection than that. But right now, it's 3-0 Blue Jays. So Kirk flies it to center, back, and caught by Edman. Barger better go back to first. He does. Thank goodness for that. We all saw him make another base-running boo-boo. Farshow comes to the plate. So, man, Bo Bichette. Guy kept getting injured, and then he decided to cut off his long locks. He got injured in September. He was actually fairly healthy for the first 4 months of the year, and then he injured himself in September. The Blue Jays didn't have his presence in the lineup. He was looking good, leading the majors in doubles and hits. And then all of a freaking sudden, the Blue Jays, had to find him. They had to go with Kiner Falefa off waivers. Farshow's coming into the plate. Fly out in the second. Pitch in the way. Chopper foul. Well, we'll see what ends up happening here. So Springer with that thing, Vladdy's telling him to calm down. You got to calm down. Get some more runs for Scherzer. I wonder if Scherzer can last 5 innings. I mean, he will get the win if that happens. The 1-1. Strike. Top of the zone. Strike 2. So 1-2. The Farshow coming up here. This is just nerve-wracking. All that. Very nerve-wracking. Pitch in the way. Farshow, what are you thinking? You could have waited? But it doesn't matter. I mean, the bad news is he swung and missed. The good news is Bo Bichette took one 440 feet off Ohtani. So he knew what to do. And man, this would be a Cinderella story in itself. Bo Bichette not playing in the postseason until the World Series, got himself on the roster, and has had some great hits. It's not the Game 7 home run that's big. It's the fact that he's been consistent throughout the playoffs and all that. It's just like, what the freak? You betcha. So, yeah. So right now, it looks huge. Oh, they're still playing Dominate. All that. I wonder if anyone else on also my subscriber, the subscriptions and all that are doing it. Well, Jaguar Gator is doing it. Urinating Tree's doing his commentary and all that. I actually want to see how these guys call it. So I might just check some shit out. So yeah, the live stream of Saturday night's main event and all that. That was one of the best in the world. Yeah, cheesy. They're not giving up chill. Okay, well, chill October 25. Friday's recurring thing. Georgia, Florida. Georgia beating Florida. Getting starstruck. So yeah, everything will be on what they call the everything's muted. So yeah, that's the thing here. So now they got to unruin some prompts with Jeremy and crew. I was looking down and all that. 3-0 Blue Jays. They're 3 innings. Well, 3 runs after 3 innings. Yeah, well, an hour per 3 innings. That's the pace right now. Bo Bichette with the big home run here. Yeah, a lot of people thought that Bo Bichette was just too injury prone and that the Jays had wasted their time with him. Nope. And remember, Bichette is a free agent. So if the Blue Jays win this game because of his home run, he's got kind of a bag, not the Vladdy bag. He'll probably get like a 4 or 5 year contract. Then the Blue Jays have to pay him to keep him. Mad Max mode activated. That's when Mad Max in the ALCS told John Schneider, "You're not taking me out 1 out away from 5 innings to qualify for the win." So yeah, Bill was just basically saying everything is a wasted opportunity, but now he's just gone. It's Bo knows baseball. Well, Bo does know. Will Smith hits it deep, and it will be off the wall. Smith's going to get a double, but not a triple. That almost was gone. Vladdy was hurting them. And no guarantee that Bo was going to do. Well, the good news is that was not going to go out of the park. The bad news is it's a double. So hopefully that's the only blip. Scherzer's only thrown so much. Freeman decides to take a swing and a miss. That doesn't matter. It's beyond stupid. Yeah, that was stupid. But if you're a Dodgers fan, at least it's only the 3rd inning. There's still time. It was early in the game. Yes. Yeah, it was early in the game. I mean, come on. I mean, the Jays were up 6-1 on the Yankees after 3 innings in Game 3 of the LDS. And what happened? The Yankees still won the game. So, if anything, it's not really over. Freeman, damn, that's a base hit. And I think Smith was going to come across the plate. Nope, he's not. I'm surprised he wasn't running that far. But yeah, 1st and 3rd. Now Scherzer's falling behind. And now Mookie Betts. And now you're going to have the bullpen come up. Well, no time like the present. I mean, Scherzer probably should not have thrown in on him. Now Mookie's on 1st and 3rd. Mookie, the guy who kind of saved the Dodgers yesterday. With those 2 RBIs. Pitch to Mookie. Good to go. Nope. He calls the safe call, so that's no swing. Ball 1. Mookie's only got 2 RBIs. He's been playing pathetically this series, but sometimes it's like when you play pathetic, you can still be a hero once in a blue moon. And a nice curveball, 77, and he couldn't go. Yeah. Sir Anthony, the former Philadelphia Philly who pitched in the 2022 World Series against Houston, is on the bump. So, yeah. Anyway, so 1-1. Mookie flails it. Oh, triangle. Barger makes the catch. And Will Smith smartly stays at 3rd base. I think that probably would have been an out. But yeah, that was a little too short. Hey, Tim, great baseball fan. Tim is here. Check out his wonderful channel and his Stratomatic tabletop stuff and all that. So right now, Blue Jays, Bo Bichette. I'm sure we're watching the game, Tim. Yeah, Bo Bichette, a 3-run home run. I mean, the dude was a hits machine, not just a home run machine, but a hits machine throughout much of the year this year before he got injured in September and people thought that Bichette was not going to come back for the playoffs. Well, he is. Well, for the 1 round. Muncy takes a hack at a curveball, 76 on the gun, and that was fouled back. I don't disagree in a sense. I mean, you're free to talk about strategy and all that, but it backfired on the Dodgers. Let's just say that. Maybe it does backfire on the Dodgers anyway. Without what happened, Muncy. Terrible pitch, but Kirk keeps it in front of him. Feels like Alejandro Kirk has a different catcher's mask every game and all that. Is that allowable? I attempted to fill in a strat hockey game today, but I screwed him in 2nd period with a defensive pairing after a power play. I try again. I mean, couldn't you? 1-1 pitch on the way. Wide. I mean, not to be nitpicky, but couldn't you have just maybe later in the second or early in the third just revised it and just corrected the mistake? But I mean, you could always just have a mea culpa moment. 2-1. Way wide, 3-1. So Muncy probably is not going to swing. Glasnow is up in the pen. He pitched the 2 batters last night and got the save. Not part of a project either. Okay. I wish it was part of a project. Columbus and Islanders 16-17. 3-1. He takes a hack and fouls it off. So now there'll be a payoff pitch. And Teoscar is on deck, and he is a dangerous hitter. I mean, he did well for the Blue Jays. He did well with the Dodgers, then went to Seattle, then went back to LA. John Tavares had 2 goals. I thought 16-17 was when Tavares came to Toronto. I guess not. Oh, no, that's right. 2017 he came. No, 2019 he did. Swing and a miss. Oh, that's a foul ball. Yeah. It was a foul tip, but Kirk did not catch the ball. So that is a foul ball. Yeah, he tipped it, but he didn't catch the ball cleanly. He kept it in front of him, which means the runners didn't move up. Yeah, I keep thinking, it was 2019 when Tavares signed with the Leafs. That's right. Because I remember when Tavares signed. No, sorry. Or was it 2017? I'm getting things mixed up because the Rangers made a big move in 2019. I was sick during Canada Day 2019, and the Rangers made some move. But I thought that was the same day as Tavares. No, 2017 Tavares came to town. Okay. And that's a brutal block by Scherzer. Brutal. He had him. And now Teoscar comes up with the bases loaded. The truth of the matter is that maybe you take him out or put Pete Walker to the pitcher's mound. Come on, Pete. They're not going to put the pitching coach out there to calm Scherzer down. You're not going to take him out with the pitching coach. You're just going to have to calm him down, or they're up to something. Or maybe they know something that I don't know. We'll see. Why? Ball 1. Bases loaded, 1 out. Teoscar the center, and diving play. He makes the catch. Run will score. That's the least of their problems. But Varsho saves a couple runs with that catch. Sure, it was a diving catch in center field and the run scores, but it could have been more. It could have been a 2-run hit instead of or even the bases clearing hit. But nope, it's just 1. No big deal. So, yeah, that was a critical catch by Varsho. He is a Gold Glove winner. Yes, sir. He caught it. He kept it in his glove. Smart move to throw it inside and make sure that the runner did not move to third base. That's right. Yeah, he made a diving catch. You obviously will take advantage of it because Varsho would not have enough to throw the ball in to get the runner at the plate. Here's Edman. Walks away, ball 1. Yeah, Scherzer would love that 5-inning designation of getting a win and all that. Edman trying to do something here. Yep. Yeah, I guess that's right. I should be checking in. I did the NHL update at first, Tim, like I did it at close to the start of the game. But yeah, I got to do another NHL update. You're right. And then I'll check in on the college football scores because there were some good games today. 2-0 pitch. And then diving play. What a play. It is a clean catch by Flatty. What a catch. I think he would have got the runner out anyhow if it was a hop. But Flatty does his job. 2 spectacular catches. The damage is only 1 for the Dodgers. It could have been worse. Watch Flatty. Clean. The ball does not hit the dirt. Well, if it had hit the dirt, he probably would have had him anyway. Dodgers blew it. That's true. But the Dodgers do score a run. It's not over yet. It's 3-1 through 3.5. So anything can happen still. Oh, duly noted. I think he's probably going to. Are they ending it or something? I think they're probably playing one of the last games of the set, the Jackbox 11 set, and all that. So I would like to check some stuff out, but yeah. All right. So okay, here. Okay, now let's see if I can. Okay. Yeah, get all this all at once. So here are the finals. Boston beat the Kings 2-1. Jets beat the Penguins 5-2. That's a big win in Winnipeg. Preds beat the Flames 4-2. Sharks in overtime over the Avalanche. The Panthers win in a shootout against the Stars. And there are some games going on right now. Caps and Sabres are tied at 3-Cs in the third period. Sens and Habs are tied 2-2. Leafs are crushing the Flyers right now 4-1. Fantastic. Jackets up 3-2 on the Blues. While they're up 4-2 on the Canucks, Devils have just scored in the first period. Nico Hischier from Luke Hughes. So Buffalo and Washington, 3-3 tie. Buffalo goes by Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, and Isaac Rosen. Washington goes by Dylan Strome, Alex Portas, and Sonny Milano. I'm going to make a ball for you. Can't refuse. I don't do impressions that well. Montreal and Ottawa, it was 2-0. Cole Caulfield and Slavkovsky in the first period. That I watched the first period before taking to the stream. Drake's Coffee Cake Bafferson and Michael Amadeo. 2-2 tie. Leafs leading 4-1 the Flyers. Christian DeVark scored first for the Flyers, and then Austin 3:34 Matthews tied it, and then Jake McCabe's with his second goal. Nicky, here's to you, Mr. Robertson, his third. A lot of people say Robertson's going to be traded by the Leafs. And Easton Cowan, his first NHL goal, the pride of London, Ontario, the London Knights. He gets his first NHL goal from Tavares. I think he still has a chance to go back to junior because he hasn't hit the 10-game mark yet. Columbus, St. Louis, 3-2 Columbus. Goals by Charlie Coyle, Zach Werenski, and Sean Monahan. Justin Falk and Nick Bukestad. Bukestad the Boogle with the goals. Vancouver at Minnesota, 4-2 Minnesota. Goals by Tarasenko, Marco Rossi, Vinny Hinostroza, and Jonas Bradin. Canucks goals by Drew O'Connor and O'Connor again. Alrighty. Silch is in the chat room. Subscribe to his channel as he is streaming Subnautica and a few other games I can't remember off the top of my head without cheating. Ground ball by Clement. First pitch, the short, and he is out. Clement is not a patient hitter. I'll be honest with you. But yeah, Flatty, what a catch. You know, Johnny T. Yeah. All that. Bro, I don't even watch baseball, but I'm hyped tonight. You better be hyped because Toronto will go nuts. Canada will go nuts. And all that. Hopefully we don't have any happy riots like the Habs did in 93 in the World Stanley Cup. Pitch on the way. Away, too high away on Jimenez. Got in on him. So, yeah, I hope so, too. But obviously, can't put the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart or whatever you want to say it. 3-1 Blue Jays. Yeah, let's hope they don't go nuts like Vancouver 2011. Yep, I know. They did the riot. They did that ESPN 30 for 30. I'm just here for the riot, and which social media basically shamed these people, and they got jail sentences or massive fines, if anything. 1-1. He went for it, and he fouls it off. 1-2. Vancouver went nuts in 94 as well. They rioted after losing Game 7 to the Rangers and all that. That actually also happened at 11 Eastern Time, 8 Pacific, in a sense, because, that was when the game ended in 94 and 2011. Well, both those games started at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Yep. Montreal having the riot. Good thing Toronto didn't really riot in 2019 when they won the NBA title. Jimenez. Well, that is high, but no, it doesn't plunk him. Ball 2. Schneider is trying to think of something here. Scherzer will need to pitch a decent 5th inning to qualify for the win by proxy and all that. I know there have been times someone has not actually gotten 5 innings pitched. It's they'll win the game, but I think there's special rules about that. I mean, anyway. That plunked him. Oh, he's giving Robolowski some lip and all that. Oh no, the benches are emptying. Oh, great. You don't want to see this in the World Series. You just don't. Well, I mean, Robolowski should have thrown away from him. He pitched in on him twice. And here come the bullpens. Do you really need the bullpens to run in? I think everyone in from the dugout is going to be, wow, you don't see this every day. I don't remember a bench clearing in a World Series game. And now we got a heated development. Well, Jimenez had every right to shrug. I mean, Robolowski freaking pitched inside of him 3 times. You would think he would learn. So let's see. Are we going to see some ejections or not? John Schneider is not too pleased and all that. Everyone's not too pleased. Oops, there's going to be some ejections. I think. I thought I saw the umpire do that signal and throw someone out. Well, Robolowski, I think, is still in the game, as far as I know. Yep. Schneider is talking to his guys. Barger, everyone's back and all that. So, yeah. Really? Both benches emptied in 1995. I did not know that. Yeah. Well, I mean, dude did that to him 3 times. Like, the first time had to be boo-boo, and then the second time, Robolowski should have just stayed away and tried to pitch some other way. Jimenez shrugged his shoulders, and so did Robolowski. And then basically they were jawing at each other. And then, the benches cleared and all that. I don't really think there were any fisticuffs. There were just basically a brouhaha. I think it was basically a brouhaha. I don't really see anybody. Well, the umpires are going to get together. Now, could they be throwing anyone out? Robolowski. I don't think they ejected anyone. I think basically that signal was just to get back to your benches and get back to your bullpens, or else you're going to get tossed. Oh, what are they doing? Oh, the earpiece. Now what are they doing? Well, obviously, I don't have the audio because YouTube will get angry. So I don't know what's happening. Are they reviewing to see if there's any ejections? This would be awkward. Yep. The umpires are warning both benches, both bullpens to play nice. And the umpires have the right to do that. I would too. Well, here's Georgie Springer, 2 for 2. So, man, that's embarrassing. Well, they're not seeing anything. I think the officials just basically said that to play ball and be quiet and behave yourselves, or else there'll be ejections. And you get ejected in a World Series game. That's shameful and all that. Fortunately, both managers are still there because Sportsnet would have had the signals of either Roberts or Schneider having to give the lineup card to their bench coaches, which is basically the assistant manager. And for the Blue Jays, it's Don Mattingly. Up the middle, off of Robolowski's foot. That's fair. It was off the pitcher. What a hit. And I don't think that was definitely on purpose. But it's first and second. Springer has been on fire. 3 hits. It's now first and second with 1 out. So, yeah, right. Yeah, he was trying to go up the gut, but Robolowski was there, and he was pointing to first base saying, get Springer, get Springer. Nope. It's first and second. Well, he's gone. Da, 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 da. So Robolowski is gone and all that. The trainer, oh no, wait. No, I'm sorry. Well, I saw Roberts. Yeah, but he get hit off the foot and all that. I would probably, for the Dodgers, I'd probably just put Glasnow back in the game. I mean, he did okay in game 3. He did give up the 4-2 lead, but the Jays did lose the game. Personally, I think that if the Jays had won game 3, they probably would have lost game 4 to Ohtani. They still would have won game 5. Robolowski is still able to pitch. But he has pitched more than 3 batters, so he can be lifted. And if I were the Dodgers, I lift him for Glasnow because Glasnow did decently and got those 3 outs. Yeah, well, Nathan Lucas sacked Blunt last time. I don't know if he'll try that again. I mean, it is a bit risky with runners on first and second because if you bunt to the left, they could easily go to third base. 2 for 5 runs in scoring position. They were 1 for 9 yesterday. A foul off the catcher. So, a massive bunt and all that. Yeah, this 4th inning going on a lit longer because, Dodgers scored a run in the top half and then bottom half tempers were flaring. No ejections. That's good. Because you know what? That would hurt any team, even the Dodgers who are trailing. But maybe the bench clearing might actually help the Dodgers. Might be a momentum shift. But then again, I mean, Robolowski could have avoided trouble by just throwing it to the other side on Jimenez. Pitching the way. Ooh, yeah. Curveball, 86, top of the zone, strike 2. Nathan Lucas trying everything in his power to do something, trying to do the numbers game for the Blue Jays. Flatty, number 27, the best 27 for the Blue Jays before Flatty. I don't think I've seen one. I just try to get him to chase, not so fast. Oh, one. And then Barger's number 47. Jack Morris wore 47 when he pitched for the Blue Jays in 92 and 93. Got 2 World Series rings out of it. Pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's a big strikeout. But now you got Flatty. If you walk him, you got to face Bichette. So, Roberts is going to the pen. I mean, you have to go to the pen. Well, he understood the assignment, and now Glasnow will have to come in to see what he can do. They're down 3-1, so Glasnow will be basically pitching. He would have probably pitched game 7 with the way the rotation was. He pitched game 3, and now Flatty will have to face Glasnow, and there's no freaking way they're going to intentionally walk Flatty. Yep. They're doing the cookie thing. Yeah. I just have to take a bit of a leak. I'll be right back. Okay. Get the thing going here. Holiday commercial for Walmart on November 1st. I should. So anyway, yep. So they're doing cookies. Things you see at high school play. You have to create cookies and draw and all that. I just can't draw. Tyler Glasnow is up. He started game 3. He gave up the 4-2 lead to the Blue Jays and then was pulled, but the Dodgers came back. The Blue Jays were up 5-4. Then they're done that work at Kmart from 96 to 2000. Yeah, we had Kmart back in up in Canada, but I think because of the pricing problems, and Walmart, I think, was responsible for Kmart's downfall, because Walmart, we didn't have it in Canada until 94. And I guess that's when Kmart started to falter. Granted, it was a cashier. Well, I mean, you see the trends when you're a cashier. You see people lining up at the registers, or basically not so much lining up at the registers. I mean, you didn't have self-serve checkouts like they do now. Glasnow pitches high on Vladdy. If Vladdy can just get something, a looping hit would make it 4-1, because Jimenez can run. Springer can't really. Thanksgiving and until closing Christmas Eve, not a fun time. I agree. I've been in retail for many years too. I started in 2006 in retail until 2015, like in those 9 years. I didn't work cash once. Like, I got lucky. I was still in the floor crew, basically trying to retrieve stuff for customers and all that. 1-1. Whoops, I think he went. No, he didn't. I thought it crossed the plate. I'll be honest with you. I thought the bat went across the plate. Surprised Sportsnet's not showing a replay. Farland, the man, number 77, who's almost pitched every game for the Blue Jays, it seems. Like, it's almost like once per game he pitches. Vladdy. That's why 3 balls, 1 strike. This will probably be an automatic take. Yeah, so yeah, I worked retail for 9 years. Well, not 9 years straight. From November 2006 till March 2015, but there was a 4-month hiatus in between. There was a 4-month hiatus. Vladdy takes the pitch to center. Fuck. Should not have swung at that one. But center field, no runs. So the Dodgers thankfully get out of this mess without any damage. He'll move to electronics, and then, all through. I bet. 3-1 Dodgers trailing 3-4. This is a cookie carrier. Can you hear me? Chad is holding the clue. Give me your best shot at delivering cookies with this vibe. Always the bridesmaid, never the... Yeah, they're doing cookies thing. You have to create a cookie. Commercials are way different in the States than Canada. I can figure that out. So I know I have basketball cards to unpack, but because of this because of this being Game 7, I think I'm not going to do the cards and all that. So, yeah, I'll probably save that for another stream and all that. Of course, don't forget that at 7:30 tomorrow. Let's see here. So I guess a few people in. Don't forget tomorrow, there will be a Jeff Diamond crooner along with Cutter concert, whatever you want to call it, at 7:30 Eastern time tomorrow. I will be singing happy songs about the Blue Jays or sad songs about the Blue Jays. Sorry about that. Part of the hamburger patty came down with the throat wrong, but I'm fine. All right, so 1 sec. Where is it? So, yeah, 3-1 Blue Jays. Time for my second monster of the night, Ultra Peachy and all that. So, anyway, See if Scherzer can finish off the 5th inning at the pair. Poor coverage, Calgary letting BC get in field goal range. Well, I guess that means that the Lions won the Western Semi and now have to go to Saskey next Saturday. The Alouettes and Bombers game, that was impressive. You know, I'm an Alouettes fan, and I posted that freak shit. I posted that screen capture because, you know, it was weird watching the highlights, and then there were the Mobil 1 oil thing on the back of the jerseys. Like on the front of the jerseys or the side, that makes sense, but like a football jersey. But on the back, I've never seen that. And all that. The advertisement on the back. On the front, it makes sense because, you know, you have those patches. If you watch CFL football, you've seen those for years upon years, even in the 2000s. Yeah. Yeah, Montreal choked. They almost choked. All too. Yeah, I know. It was like within 9 minutes of the third quarter, Winnipeg was down by 15, and then they ended up taking the lead. It was just unbelievable. Fortunately, Montreal survived. Did he go? Hi. They said yes. He crossed the plate. That's a strikeout for Scherzer. Hernandez is shaking his head. He has had the most hits in playoff history as a Dodger. Scherzer. Yeah, that was too far in front of the plate. And he's pissed. Well, he went for it. Well, they can't really challenge on that. Or can they? No, they can't. That's right. They can't challenge. So Montreal has to head to Hamilton. I think Montreal's got a better chance to beat Hamilton than BC beating Saskey. I mean, and the big thing is for the Bombers, it's the first time since 2018. Am I right? Yeah. And a hit by Rojas, his first of the World Series, and he will hold up at first. Okay, that's just a single. No problem. As long as it doesn't hurt the Blue Jays, it should be fine. And now Ohtani's on. If they can get Ohtani, they can. Are they going to get Walker? Well, what are they going to do with Ohtani? You could walk him and then go up to the next guy. Schneider. Oh, well, are they going to get Scherzer? Nope, they are going to get rid of Scherzer. And that does not give him the win. I think he can't get the win now, right? Well, Scherzer pitched for the third. A lot of people said he was going to probably pitch a few innings and then leave, but the Jays are up 3-1. Hopefully Scherzer and survives this thing. Yeah, so Scherzer can't. Because he did not pitch 5 innings, and that's the major league rule. Although I think so. That's always been my thing. So anyway, Scherzer, he pitched Game 7 of the last World Series. That was 2019 that happened. So the 6-year drought. It's not the longest in Major League history between Game 7s. It's the first Game 7 in the 2020s. Okay, there were a lot of Game 7s in the 2010s. 2011 had one, 2014 had one, 2016 had one, 2017 had one, and 2019 had one. There were 5 Game 7s last decade. Well, the only way that the 2020s can tie is for every World Series to go to Game 7 the rest of the decade. So 5 World Series both ways to go to Game 7 in the 2010s. That's amazing. That's a big stat. That's an amazing stat to see that. I got to think. I did the research. I think the 80s have the record for most Game 7s in a decade. I don't think the 20s had 6. Well, we shouldn't really count the World Series that it was 5 out of 9 because that's different. But I think the 80s had 5 or 6. Let's see. Off the top of my head, 82 I know did. 85 did. Well, Scherzer's a bit more appreciative. I thought he would fire back at Schneider saying, no, I'm finishing this game off. 86 had one. 87 had one. Yeah, they only had 4. Okay. 1990s. So let's see the 90s. 91, 97, and that's it. Only 2 in the 90s. 2000s was 2001, 2002, and then nothing till 2011. So that was a 9-year drought. So that was only 2. Ohtani-san, fouled it off. Varland thought that he had the ball and at least the guy at second base, so you get the lead runner, but nope. Number 77, the big boy. You don't think of 77 in baseball. You think of 77 in hockey with Ray Bourque and Paul Coffey. So, yeah, Kitchener. Sorry. He's a former Kitchener Ranger. And I have to reference a former Kitchener Ranger by yelling, Kitchener. If you watch my Stone Cold Hockey things, I always say Kitchener a lot. Pitch in the way. Ohtani, swing and a miss. Big strike there. 0-2. Let's see what Farland can do against Ohtani. Ohtani is going to step off. Well, that was not the Ohtani swing. And no, Marlins man is not in the background. He rarely comes up to Canada and all that. I think there's some kind of thing. But anyway, yeah. The 0-2. Ohtani, ground ball through the hole. I thought for sure that they had cut it off, but it's a base hit by Ohtani. That's a big one. That is a big one. It's first and second. Yeah. Oh, they pulled them. So, college football for Arizona beating Colorado. Yeah, Colorado, basically, you lose Travis Hunter and you lose Shedeur Sanders. And practically, for Colorado, those are your 2 big guys. I guess I should do a top 25 alert check for NCAA football because, I'm kind of into that too. But Farland to Will Smith. Well, he can get out of this mess. Number 7, Ole Miss surviving narrowly against South Carolina right now, 2014. Number 21, Michigan beating Purdue. Number 18, Oklahoma at the half leading Tennessee, 16-10. USC losing to Nebraska. That's on NBC, which they broadcast in lieu of Saturday night's main event. And number 8, Georgia Tech are losing to North Carolina State. Cincy, Utah will be playing 17 versus 24. Number 25, Memphis crushed Rice. Number 1, Ohio State. Tim will be happy. Beat up Penn State. It was a close first half, but the second half was different. Smith swings to center field. Farshow knows he's got the ball, and he does get the ball. And Rojas kind of knows he can't run on him, so it's 2 outs. Number 9, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt in the top 10. This isn't Vanderbilt's not really a football or basketball school. Diego Pavia has basically given much praise to Vanderbilt. You also have Jay Cutler being a Vanderbilt guy. And I think there were a few other people I talked about. I was talking about Vanderbilt, and then I was told these guys went to Vanderbilt. But yeah, Jay Cutler. Number 10, Miami shocked in overtime by SMU. Miami just keeps faltering at the worst possible time to get into the CFP. Freeman out. Number 22, Houston losing at home to West Virginia. Number 16, Louisville beats Vatech. Number 12, Notre Dame beats Boston College, so they're safe. Number 2, Indiana crushing Maryland in the Divine Powder. Number 5, Georgia survives Florida 24-20. Texas Tech runs roughshod over K-State. And number 15, Virginia beats Cal. Anyway, 0-1 pitch. Way away, but Kirk handles it, making sure that the ball does not roll to the backstop. If the Blue Jays can just relax, get the 3rd out, and then try to score 1 or 2 more runs, they'll get the momentum again. Freeman, nice swing, but that's going to be at Farshow right there, and Farland gets out of it. So the Blue Jays get out of the mess with nothing against them. It's 3-1. This is an official game, although we're in a dome, so obviously we wouldn't see a rain out. Scherzer won't get the win. I think Farland goes next. But yeah, Scherzer kind of knew because, I think Schneider told them about the plan in Game 7. But yeah, I'm actually shocked. I thought they would have put Scherzer through 5 innings, and then all of a sudden you get yourself 5 innings. You've done enough. You're qualifying for the win, and then, let the bullpen hit. So yeah, so a lot of things are happening right now with the Blue Jays. They're up 3-1 in this game, trying to win this series and end it. I mean, it's a game 7, so obviously, I have a funny feeling that Jimmy's going to end his stream. So anyway, yeah. So okay, another NHL alert. I think there's a few games that are still going on. I think, right? Oh, Ottawa and Montreal are in overtime. Oh, I would switch over, but I don't want to jinx the team. So Washington Buffalo, I think that game just ended overtime. So that means we go to the shootout. Toronto over Philly right now. So yeah, Boston 2-1, Winnipeg 5-2, Nashville 4-2, San Jose 3-2, Florida 4-3, Columbus with the 3-2 win. So Tim's happy, and the Cannon blasted off 3 times, and Vancouver gets their asses whipped by Minnesota. So Buffalo, Washington, they're done overtime. Yep, it was 3-3 through 2 periods, and then nothing in the third period. So we go to overtime. Are they? I think they go to a shootout now, right? I think that's a shootout. Well, actually, NHL.com hasn't puts OT on, but it'd probably be SO for shootout. Well, it says no penalties taken, but I don't know. I guess they're going to overtime. Montreal, Ottawa are in overtime right now, 3-3. Caulfield, Slafkovsky scored for Montreal first, then Bafferson and Amadeo in the second period. And then the third period, Stützle made it 3-2 before Demidov tied it with under 3 minutes left, and we go to overtime. Ottawa and Montreal, massive rivalry. Their second game won't be till December 2nd. So they're in overtime. Flyers, Leafs up 4-1. Last I checked, I said Matthews, McCabe, Robertson, and Cowan scored. DeFork for Philly. Nothing has changed. So the Leafs looking like they've gotten revenge on things after the big loss to Columbus. So the Blue Jays are batting in the bottom of the 5th. A run or two would be big for the Blue Jays because that would give more run support to the bullpen. They need run support. Anything. They need run support. So the Jays are trying to finish the job, finish the story, as Michael Cole would say. Glasnow back on the bump. I think he has to be on the bump for 3 batters because of the rule, and that includes multiple innings. Bo Bichette, the guy who is a hero in Toronto for the time being. Let's not forget that we're not done yet. Pitch. Bichette. Oh, Muncy make the stabbing catch. That almost was brutal for Muncy. Bichette almost got it past his glove. That would have been amazing if Bichette had just got it past Muncy. But Muncy, the veteran, the guy that 7 years ago hit that 18th inning home run, the first 18th inning home run in the World Series game. Not Freddie Freeman. That was Max Muncy. But to be fair, Boston had to use Eovaldi for long pitches because they blew out their bullpen. That's when you could pitch to one batter and then switch bullpen. Barger does not take the bait. Bowen. Barger, who made that base running mistake yesterday that cost the Blue Jays in a sense, he's got 2 singles. So he's trying to make sure that the fans are not bitter at him. Oops, that just next the corner. So anyway, Glasnow probably might be pitching the rest of the way. I don't know what Blue Jays' plan is, but Glasnow is kind of a starter, so he does have a lot of pitches in his arm. Curveball, but that's not even close to the plate. Ball 2. So yeah, I've got to upload a lot of stuff today too. Blue Jays have Bassett. The Bassett Hound is in the bullpen. The former strong starter for the Blue Jays. Now he got injured, and now he's in the relief. He's done some good relief pitching and all that. I mean, good thing that Trey Yesavage and Shane Bieber were pretty good too, because if they had faltered, they would have been replaced. Well, one of them would have been replaced by Mr. Bassett in the starting rotation. Now, Yesavage did pitch game 5, so he might be coming out of the pen. He is kind of eligible to come off the pen because they've been off for a few days. The 2-2. Barger says foul. So yeah, so the Jays fans are nervous. Obviously, it's a game 7, and history does not favor the Blue Jays because the road teams won the last 4 game 7s on the road. Last 4, I think. 2019 was Washington. 2017 was Houston. 2016 were the Cubs, and 2014 were the Giants. Yep, so it was 4. Barger will step off. He is allowed one. Oh, okay. I was like, well, what's going on now? Jays are a little loose. Vladdy's not so loose. Merlin, don't tell me that there's another wacko in the field. There was yesterday. Anyway, 2-2. And a low strike 3. So Glasnow with the strikeout, and now you will have to face the next batter, which is I think is Jimenez. I think so. But yeah, no one's in the Dodger bullpen. They didn't say anything. I didn't mention anyone in the Dodger bullpen. So basically, Glasnow's pitching for a while. So it's Kirk. Oh, I thought Barger was down low in the batting order. Guess he was. Well, here's Kirk. Eek. Come on, that was not a strike. The ABS system might be ruining baseball next year. Who knows? With the whole thing. And you're allowed to challenge it to balls and strikes. So yeah, Arizona being Colorado. I think Arkansas won today, didn't they? 0-1. He went after it and fouls it off. 0-2. So yeah, the Blue Jays are trying to pull it off here. Yeah, fortune doesn't favor the brave. I mean, stats are basically on the Dodgers' side, if you will. But we'll see what the Blue Jays can do. I mean, they'll say, fuck convention. Kirk, floater. No one was going to get it. And Kirk is not a fast runner, so he'll get a single. So not bad. Glasnow gives up a hit, and now it's Varshall's time to shine. So, yeah, number 30 for the Blue Jays. The only good number 30 was Todd Stoudemire. Barger 47 is Jack Morris, where he got injured and was not worth the big contract the Blue Jays gave him after the 91 Twins thing. Yeah, he won the 91 World Series for the Twins, and then the Blue Jays signed him to the free agency deal. 92, he won 20 games, first Blue Jay catcher to do that, and then Morris had injuries and was always out of the league, so Varshall. Number 5 on your programs, the key number 5, Rance Molnix. Third base icon wearing his Coke bottle glasses on the field and all that. Kind of an inspiration to yours truly, wearing glasses all the time. So anyway, here's the 0-1 to Varshall. Nope, 0-1, that's wide. Inside on him, though, too. Well, here's Dreyer. Where's the washer? So Jack Dreyer is in the bullpen. I'm actually surprised that they don't have... Who's the other guy? Anyway. Varshall will ground out. Toronto will only get one looping single. So the Jays are up 3-1 through 5. Buffalo, Washington. Buffalo, when's it the shootout, I guess? Yep, so many plays, but Bowen Byron wins the game in the shootout. So Buffalo takes out Washington. Montreal wins on the Progashyan. Alex Newhook at 140, scoring the goal unassisted. So Ottawa loses, and the Flyers Leafs. The Leafs, it's 4-2. Are they still playing? It's 4-2 now. A goal by Tyson Forrester on the power play. It makes it 4-2. Yep, so Again Canada on CBC having the thing and all that. Well, they said there's 2 minutes left. I'm like, the game should be over by now. Oy vey. Yeah, I better check the Arkansas score. SEC and me, and damn it! Arkansas choked. They lose 38-35. They had a big lead in the fourth quarter. I thought Arkansas was going to beat the Bulldogs, but no, they didn't. Heartbreak. So that's an automatic no trip to the playoffs for the Arkansas Razorbacks. So the Razorbacks are not going to the CFB. are not going to be a bowl eligible. To be bowl eligible, you have to win 6 games. You have to be 6-6, and now that's loss number 7, I think, for the Razorbacks, right? I feel so stupid. You can't. You try to click inside the box, but they won't let you have the stats and all that. It's like, what the hell? So yeah, we'll do the Premier League thing up high. Gridiron. So yeah, 20, 25, 26 Premier League. So as of right now, Arsenal leads the Premier League by 7 points. That's the English top league at 8-1-1. Bournemouth of all friggin' teams, are second, tied with Liverpool for second, but they have 5 wins in 9 games. Liverpool's third. Tottenham's, Chelsea, Sunderland, and my favorite team, Manchester United, are at 17. Man U's doing pretty good after a shitty season last year in which they were like 15th. And there's Basset Hound. He's pitching. He's done well out of the pen. Nottingham, West Ham, and Wolves all have less than 10 points in the Premier League, and they're on the bottom 3, which means if they don't ship up, they will drop to tier 2, or what they call the championship. So yeah, the top 3 teams in the championship League 2, tier 2, jump up to the Premier League, where it's like 50 million pounds or something like that. But yeah, Manchester United 7th, Man City's 8th, Everton's 15th. Everton seems to always get escapes to avoid being relegated. Nottingham Forest used to be owned by Labatt's, and they had the back-to-back European championships in 79 and 80. 79 they qualified. They didn't do so well, I think, in the 79 season, but then because they were the defending champs, they got into the tournament for 1980 and they won. West Ham, Bazinga from Sidemen fame, that's his team. 1-0 to Betts. Much better. That's in the zone. And Wolves, who have bounced up EFL, so 25-26. Coventry and Middlesbrough would jump up. So Coventry, good team in the 80s. I think they were close in a FA Cup. Middlesbrough? Stoke, Millwood, Bristol, and Preston would be in a playoff for that third spot. Millwall, that's Circa's team. Stoke, Bristol, and Preston, North End, stars of the 1900s and all that. Millwall, that would be big for Millwall. And Circa to get a Premier League thing for Millwall. They have been to the Premier League before. Hull City also is charging for the qualification playoffs. Sheffield Wednesday were at 7 points, but they've dropped to -5 because they had to file for administration, aka bankruptcy in a sense. So now they're at -5, and almost all but certain they're going to be dropping from tier 2 to 3. Sheffield United and Norwich look like they'll be dropping too. Wow, bad luck. Tier 3. The league table right now, Stockport County and Bradford City would jump from tier 3 to 2 automatically. Cardiff, Stevenage, wow. Lincoln City and AFC Wimbledon would jump up would do their job. FK Dons, but yeah, AFC Wimbledon. Strike 1. Yeah, AFC Wimbledon would love to make it. Tier 3 to 4 right now, Part Vale, Plymouth Argyle, Blackpool, and Peterborough would drop from 3 to 4. And then Tier 4. Tier 4, Walsall, Swindon, and Salford would jump to Tier 3. MK, Notts County. Oh, that's a looping hit by Muncie. Yeah, MK, Notts County, Grimsby, and Chesterfield would be trying to challenge. And right now, Crawley and Newport would drop out of league football. Leafs win 5-2. I think that was identical. Well, Yarncrook from Joshua and Benoit. So the Leafs Kachi. So the Leafs win. And now Bassett is struggling. He usually doesn't struggle. And now Teoscar. So now Bassett, it's like, well, now what are you going to do if you're Chris Bassett? You have to pitch well, and you know that you can't bobble it. First and second and no outs. Is that a celebrity in the crowd? I don't know. I thought that was a guy in the Dodgers jersey. But yeah, the Dodgers are down 3-1. Blue Jays are trying to hang on to this lead, win the World Series, and all that. So yeah. So anyway, here's Teoscar, the former Blue Jay. It would be devastating to see a former Blue Jay ruin the current Blue Jays, and a strike. So it's 3-1. Bill's probably messaging me right now. So Teoscar, can he do something about it? Hopefully not. Of course I'm biased because, I'm in the Ontario and all that, so I'll cheer for the Blue Jays. Ooh, a little too low. I don't mind that pitch in a sense. Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. One pitch. Yikes. That was a strike. The strike zone thing said so. 2 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, Bill's probably mad bombing me. Yep, it is. I'll give you Bears. Cool. He's. Yep. So basically, we got the same pick set, 2-2 on Teoscar. The fans are standing up because usually no Dodgers had a 2-strike count on him. And that's huge. 2-2 pitch. The 2-2. Teoscar chopper. The second for 1 can only get 1. Ooh. Well, they got the runner at second. There's still a sac fly on the plate by Edman, so I don't think he had time to get Mookie because Mookie's a good base runner. So yeah, well, you got 1 runner. It does set up the double play though, unless the Dodgers try to make a steal. Watch this, right? The Bassett, he had more time for 1, but should have thrown it a little faster. But you never know. So yeah, it's first and third, Tommy Edman. Well, Bassett's got to get out of this mess. He does. We'll be okay. Pete Walker on the bullpen horn, ball 1. So what do you do? Now you got Dominguez and Yusevich. Oh boy, Yusevich is on the bump. Well, if the Blue Jays are desperation mode, you got Trey to stop him. He pitched quite well in game 1. Didn't get the decision, but the Jays won anyhow. So and a foul. And we all know about his 12 strikeouts performance in game 5 that got the Blue Jays the 3-2 lead headed home. All right, so Bassett's got to settle down, get the double play, or get something to make sure the run doesn't come across the plate because the Jays are only up by 2. So that's the thing, and they're all that too. So anyway, pitch. Edman to center field. Gonna test Farshall's arm. Mookie to the plate. He is not gonna get there. And it's 3-2. So Edman does his job. Runner stays at first. So now it's 3-2. Anyway, and here comes Kiki. So Bassett does give up a run for the first time in the playoffs, 3-2. So the Jays lead is hanging on by a thread, if you will. And no, not a news spread or whatever you want to freaking call it. So anyway, it's 3-2 Blue Jays. Pitch to Enrique, strike 1. Pitch. And a strike. 0-2. So now, can Bassett get out of it with a 1-run lead here? Pitch. Ground ball, base hit. So Kiki's got a base hit. And the Dodgers are pushing it. They are really pushing it. Oh boy. Yep. Now the bullpen. Well, what do you do? Because do you go with E Savage? You got Rojas. I would. Well, yeah. Because you got Rojas, and then you got Otani-san, and then I can't remember, and then Smith. So my guess is that they'll let Bassett pitch to Rojas, and then probably Trey will come into the seventh, depending on how many runs Toronto can score in the bottom half. Rojas. So yeah, it's 3-2 Blue Jays. Otani is on deck. So if the Blue Jays can just finish it off, finish the story, and all of that. So yeah, 0-1. A little too much on the curveball. Rojas. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So it's nerve-wracking time. If Bassett can just get Rojas out, the Jays will have the lead, and maybe Trey comes in for Otani. I don't know if you put Sir Anthony against Otani to start the seventh. Whoa, that pitch got away from him. No way he was going to throw that one. I mean, swinging the Bassett's already thrown 20-plus pitches in this inning. As a starter, he should be used to high pitch counts, but you know. That is what it is. So it's 3-2. Blue Jays started off with a 3-0 lead, and now 2 runs up. But Rojas to right, foul, because the camera does not pan over. Fair enough. So Rojas will be coming in, hopefully trying to ruin the Blue Jays. I doubt that highly, but you never know. So anyway, the Blue Jays up 3-2 and all that. So yeah. No. 3 losses. Have not had 3-1 lead. So anyway, here we go. 2-2-2. Lots of 2s on the board. Nope, he didn't go Rojas. And now, of course, you have the bases loaded with Otani, and what can he do? So it's 3-2 Blue Jays, 2 outs. Chopper. Bassett's got to hurry. Got him. Oh, he gets Rojas. He tags him, and fortunately, the Blue Jays survived that inning. Oof. They do give up a run, but you know what? It's 3-2. It's that time for song pop, so I'm going to deafen. All right. So yeah, bunting is on low. Actually, the Blue Jays did bunt in the second inning, although it bit them. Like Lucas bunted, but it didn't help. Here's Clement. 1 for 2. Glasnow still in the bump. And a wide pitch. Oh, 1. So Clement's got to do something here. Number 28 in your programs. I don't know who was a good Blue Jay who wore number 28. I can't remember. Swinging a miss, strike 1. So yeah, Clement trying to do his job. I think L later. No, wait. L was 29. Why do I even try to watch this stuff? Well, no one's forcing you to watch it. Pitch. Wait. L2. So, play nice, boys. Anyway, 2 balls, 1 strike. Blue Jays still in the lead, so there's something big about it. 8-9-1. Clement did not want to go for it. Ball 3, so it might be an automatic take, if you will. We'll see what the Dodgers do. Is Yamamoto kind of warm up, or is that Rogi Sasaki? Because, they do have a couple of Japanese pitchers other than him. Clement decides to take a 3-1 pitch and a single because he wants to mingle and will take it. Yeah, Blue Jays should be losing at this point. That's what everyone says. Anyway, any given day, anything can happen in baseball. That's true. I mean, any given day. I mean, people thought that the Dodgers were going to make mincemeat out of the Blue Jays. And we're shocked that the Blue Jays had the 3-2 series lead in the first place. Well, here's the gem, Jimenez. It's pronounced Jimenez, H-I-M. So, yeah, the Blue Jays fans are nervous. Can't blame them, especially the guys who paid like $2,000 for a ticket. That's amazing. Here's the pitch. Well, there's a bunt attempt, but he pulls back. Ball 1. So, he's not really the best hitter in the world, but he's having a rough World Series compared to everyone else, if you will. I just lost it in another channel. Well, anyway, 1 ball, no strikes. He pulled back. Is that a strike? Nope, that's a ball. I thought he had crossed the plate. So 2 balls, no strikes. So Glasnow kind of knows that the bunt is on, so he'll try to jam him in. Carlos Fabulous, former Royal and Red Sox at second base. 2 balls, no strikes. Ball 3. So I think this will be an automatic take by Jimenez. I would take the pitch. Here. Well, Clement didn't follow my advice to take the 3-1 pitch, but he singled. So anyway, we'll see what happens. 3-0. I think at 3 balls, no strikes, you don't bunt. Oh, that's a strike. Digital Diamond Baseball fee 11. Yeah, that has to be PC because I don't think that fee 11 is in any of the tabletop games. Like fee 11, it would be a different naming convention. 3-1. Strike 2. Ooh. Well. Oh, good job. He took the pitch and Clement saw the Dodgers getting a bit moody here. Watch this. He's going, and Will Smith did not have enough on his plate. So now it's a payoff. 3-2. Jimenez, floater to the right field. This will bounce. That's a double for sure. Why did Clement not go home? That's a mistake. But fortunately, Clement scores. It's 4-2. The gem proves me wrong. There you go. He had a terrible World Series up to this point, but an RBI double. Yeah, and Clement, that's a weird one. Clement actually started late, and his number's 22. Why did I think it was 28? Well, 22, that is the 22. I wouldn't say Clemens. Now that's out later. I don't think so. Of course, 2 ex-Guardians lead the Blue Jays in this inning. Yeah, ex-Guardians, ex-Indians, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't know why Clement started out late with that ball. That was kind of awkward. I thought for sure that, Clement would have went off with the pitch because he would see that the ball was over the right fielder's head and off the wall. That's a double. But, all right. And now Georgie Springer is up at the plate. Can't say that they didn't have chances to win this. That's true. I mean, the Dodgers had chances, so I'm not saying they didn't have the chances. Well, now Springer's 3 for 3. My feeling is they might walk him to get to Lucas, who has not really done too well. And Glasnow is throwing a lot of pitches. Swing and a miss. If the Blue Jays don't sack here, they're nuts. Since when just George Springer's sacrifice hit? He doesn't. Anyway, yeah, Springer's got 3 singles. I'm actually surprised they're not going to walk him to get to Lucas, but regardless. Way away and making Springer do the limbo. I would say mumble, but that's wrong. It's the limbo. Yeah. 4-2, 5-2 is a big deal. Well, Yusavage, Yusavage with I guess the bullpen catcher. I would say, who is 80-something on the Blue Jays bullpen? Glasnow takes a step off. He's better be careful because if he does that too often, then the runner is allowed to move to third base. 4-2 Blue Jays for Springer. So 1-1. Strike. 5-2 is a big deal. Yeah, but that does not mean game over. Sheehan comes in. He was the guy who gave up the grand slam. Was it the grand slam, the Barger that Sheehan gave up? Or he was the guy who put those runners on, and then it was someone else who gave up the grand slam. I think it was him. Time for a Springer do. That's what everyone says. 1-2. Aye. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Glasnow got him. So anyway, yeah. So 4-2 Blue Jays, and yeah, Clement had to tag up and had to see if the ball was caught. I get it. Fortunately for him, he did cross the plate. That was a big deal. I think it would have been safe anyhow if the Dodgers tried to throw him. Now you got Lucas. Yeah, he's 0 for 2, but, well, they got Springer out. That's the key. And Easter right. So Lucas, he had a sack bunt and all that. Yeah, I know World's Worst Gamer is upset that they didn't sack. They're nuts. Well, you got a point. Anyway, here's Lucas. Lucas, the center field, that's back. And let's see if they'll move the runner to third. Edman. Jimenez will get to third. So the Blue Jays need a hit or a Dodger boo-boo to score the run. And Vladdy's at the plate. Maybe they might not go after Vladdy. Who knows? I always have a point. I know. Now the question is, are they going to leave Glasnow in to face Vladdy, or what's Roberts going to do? Let's see. Roberts is not making any indication he's going to go after Glasnow. They're going to let him pitch to Vladdy, and there's no sign of it being Vladdy or walk him. Oh. Vladdy, rounder. This will be an easy out. That's definitely. Well, just as I thought, Trey is coming in to face Otani. Well, there's only one guy who can get on Otani's case. It's Yesevich. 4-2 Blue Jays. They scored in the sixth. It could have been worse, runner on third, but couldn't do it. Now Otani's on. Now there's no way they're going to, I was going to say there's no way they're going to give Otani the World Series MVP even if they lose. Although I could figure they would. Well, Trey's coming out of the bullpen. He has had a few days off, so that's good news for us. Well, he pitched on Wednesday. Ball 3. Yeah, that's right. Because Thursday was the travel day. Yesterday was, so he's had 2 days off. Now, Otani will probably take the pitch. You throw a strike. Got to do something here. 3-0. And a strike. Well, Savage definitely is not the first rookie to pitch in a Game 7 in starter or reliever. I mean, John Lackey was a rookie in 2002 when he pitched Game 7 against the Giants, and he won the game 3-1. Way low, ball 4. Otani, he loses Otani, so this could be big. Here's Will Smith. 1 for 3. Will Smith. Wow. His split finger is not getting to him. Boy, is the Game 7 nerves catching up with him? That is just like unbelievable. Oh, geez. I have to upload. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There we go. So yeah, I got to upload because if I. So anyway. Okay, so Trey getting the call from his catcher. Pitch on the way. There's a strike. There you go, buddy. You have to be careful. You have to be cautious in this day and age. 4-2 Blue Jays. Pitch on the way. 1-1 Smith. Golfs at the center. Farshall says he's got it. And he does. And Otani's son. Ooh, okay. He's safe. So, yeah. All right. No big deal. No big deal. And that's 1 out. Just keep getting the outs. No matter how you get them, get the outs when you can. And now Freddie Freeman, the Canadian, the Canuck, in Toronto. This is the first year in Major League Baseball history that the season will start away from the United States and end outside the U.S. So anyway, so Freddie Freeman trying to hop on it. The Blue Jays trying to get out of this mess, still up by 2. Headed to the 7th inning stretch. Pitch. And strike. Big strike on Freeman. Now it's 1-1. Pitch. Anyway. Freeman. Chopper, the first. They're going to throw the second into Otani for 1. Back to first. Double play. What a double play. I didn't think that was a double play ball, but it is. And that's a big 2 outs. This family's happy. They're high-fiving. And man, oh man, what a job by Vladdy and company. It's a 3-4-3 double play to wipe out the chance. So what a job. They got Otani. They got the lead runner. That was my first thought, get the lead runner. But then they get the double play off of Freeman. Vladdy's pumped up. Of course he would be. Wow. Unreal. So anyway, unreal. So my things are getting up there. And now, here we go. So as RGL Network said, it's the 7th inning stretch. Sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Unless you're a Blue Jay fan, you will be seeing OK Blue Jays. I'll be singing that silently. Hopefully. Anyway, I got to mute. I'll be back. All right. So people are downloading PC Baseball and all that. Here's Bo Bichette, who took that home run off of Ohtani. Sheehan is on the bump for the Dodgers, trying to sink and swim and all that. So I think, I don't know. They haven't said it. I haven't heard anything if Trey is going to come out for the 8th or not. Maybe, maybe not. So we'll see what happens. Pitch. Bo swings and misses, strike 2. Yep. So pocket pennant run for the action, like APC, and all for transactions and tell you 25 players would be available for that day. Well, I don't think OTP and PC Replay do that in a sense. I think I know after. Yeah, so PC Replay, I am chomping at the bit waiting until 2025 is released because I was going to get 2025 regardless of what happened in the World Series because, Blue Jays made the playoffs. I'm like, okay, I'm going to get 2025. They made it LCS. Okay, for sure I'm getting the 2025 season. 0-2. Bichette does not bite. Well one. And now they're in the World Series. So, yeah, it'd be great to see and all that. PC Replay is on Tuesday. Just to let you know, OTP Game 4 of the World Series is on Sunday. And I will wait. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bichette went up on the ladder. Sheehan went up on the ladder, and Bichette decided to golf it. I don't know why. Number 11, of course, the George Bell, greatest number 11 in Blue Jay history. He did win an MVP, even though he kind of didn't deserve it. It was Alan Trammell who should have deserved it. And this is coming from a Blue Jays fan. Because 1987, he just had that terrible final week. Alan Trammell had a great final week, and the Tigers overtook the Blue Jays to make it to the ALCS. I don't know if they would have taken care of the Twins, though. I think they probably would have. But then probably would have faltered to the Cardinals of the World Series in 87. Of course, 85, I say all that. Strat will lose 1995. Yeah, 1995 and all that. They didn't release 95 for PC Replay. I don't think so. I think it was like top 8 or something. But here's Barger. Honey Barger, strike 1-1. I don't think so. Well, the Blue Jays are warming up Hoffman. He's the closer. But the question in my mind is, how many outs do you give Hoffman? I would probably wait to see if Trey makes a mistake in the top of the 8th. Ball 2, because if he doesn't make a mistake in the 8th, then you definitely have Hoffman for the final 3 outs. And in essence, I know that I cheat a little bit in OTP and PC Replay. I won't use the starter until it's a safe situation and only for 3 outs. Barger, damn it. I thought he had a hit, but Freeman stops on first base. Barger was hustling, thinking that Freeman was going to lay down, but nope. So yeah, I don't think so. I don't think PC Replay has 1995. Alrighty, let's take a look. So they have the 2024 season, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh no, sorry, that's 95. So they have every full season from 2005 onwards, and a hit by Kirk. And Kirk will lay off. He was thinking about double, but he doesn't have the speed. So Kirk is on base, and now you got Farshaw. Alejandro, number 30 for the Blue Jays. Did I go through number 30? I would say Todd Starmeyer. I think I did. Yeah, so 2004, they only have the top 8, the 8 playoff teams plus Oakland. I don't know why you have Oakland in that set. They don't even have anything for 2002 or 2003 unless it's like in the best teams thing and all that. Because I think, well, they have the compilation sets like PC. They have 100 win runners up thing. About 8 teams that had 100 wins but didn't get to the world, didn't make the postseason. 1999 Cubs, well, on the way to the 93 Giants. All franchise teams, of course, that's what I swear by. Yeah, they don't even have anything for 2002 or 2003. I mean, the 2002 Angels and the 2003 Cubs, it would be nice to replay them, even if you have the top 8 teams. 2001 has the 8 teams plus San Francisco. I don't know why they do that. Just because Barry Bonds hit 73 home runs doesn't mean you have to have the 2001 Giants in that set. 2000, they had all 8 playoff teams plus Cleveland. I thought Cleveland made the 2000 playoffs. Guess not. 1-1 to Farshaw. Farshaw takes a hack and fouls it. In 99, it's the 8 playoff teams plus Cincy, who lost that 1-game playoff to the Mets. 98, the full season, 98, and also the 98 playoff teams plus St. Louis. Again, just because McGuire set the home run record doesn't mean you have to have him in a set. 1-2. Farshaw, foul. Way foul. Second deck, someone's getting a souvenir. And getting a souvenir of the World Series is not cheap. Unless it's foul ball. Anyway, they have the 94 collector choice, the top 9 record, but teams by record. I don't remember they have Texas 94 because Texas was going to be the AL West champion, but they were 10 games below 500. But everyone was within like 2 games of each other. 1-2. He ran them up, strike 3, 2 strikeouts by Sheehan, and the Jays couldn't do anything about it. Just one puny low single. It's 4-2. There's the top 8. More PC Replay. Well, yeah, they don't have the 95 season. 93, they do. 91, they do. Diamond Decade 90s, the best team of the 90s. 86, yeah, they have a gap between no 87, no 88, 89, or 90 season. 85, 84, no 83. They have 82, the Diamond Decade 80s. Season 1981, the new one, which I got. 1980 season, 79, 78, 77, 76, 75, 74, 73, 72, 71, 70, 69, 68, 67, 66, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56. Wow. They have a massive thing. And then the gap for 45, 46. So from 1947 to 1982, they have all the seasons. But they don't have 1983 or even 84. It was like, or did they have 84? No, they had 84. No, they do. Okay, 83. It's like you have a few seasons now, and you have the old-timey seasons. I guess it's easier because, fewer games and fewer teams to worry about. Let's see, 40, 44, 41, no, 42, 43. No 39, no 40, but 38, 35, 34, 30, 28, 24. 1924. Did that just come out? Yeah, the 23 Negro League. I thought they had the 1923 season, but 1924. Yikes. I should probably get that one. Because I don't really have a team. I don't really have a. Well, I've done. Do I have the 1928 season or no? I think I do. Trying to represent the 1920s. Well, there's the Negro League in 23. But yeah, 1924. Might need that. 1908 Dead Ball Decades, memorable matchups of teams and all that. Yeah, 20. Yeah, they don't have the 2002 or 2003 teams, which sucked because I was going to buy the set if it had those teams. All right, back to live action, and people are talking about that. Guarantee Cutter will be buying everything 2025. Yeah, probably not. So anyway, we're here to troll him. Well, you are what you are. So Trey is gonna pitch Mookie. Swing and a miss, strike one. Yeah, we are here to troll him. Well, Cutter already has all the gear. Our store will have the gear. So yeah, so Silch and I were, well, it could be worse. World's Worst Gamer. Don't worry, I'm not bitter at you. That's a bell. So yeah, our store will have the Jace gear. That's right. Well, our store basically, Canadian Tire basically, like I actually saw on Friday, we didn't have we had t-shirts, but not everything was sold out. Yamamoto is warming up. Oh boy, that's big. Ground ball 6-3. I mean, there are trolls and there's you, World's Worst Gamer. Yes, you may be a troll, but you're a respectful troll, and I haven't done anything to punish you. All that. Virginia, yeah. 8-1. Yeah, Virginia's 8-1. Yes, I forgot the second A. It's the second I. That's a strike. I'm surprised. Pitch tracker said that's a ball. I would agree. Yeah, Virginia started off fast in 1990. They actually faced Georgia Tech on CBS. That was a key game that kind of determined Georgia Tech's half national championship, if you will. Yeah, so yeah, we're having Jace gear and all that. We're gonna order the World Series gear and all that. Well, that's if we win, of course. We are not putting anything before anything. Muncy. Swing and a drive to right field. Look out. Gone. Muncy goes DP2. What can you do? It's now 4-3. So this is going to be very interesting. Oh boy. Kaboom. Yeah. Max Muncy, the veteran. Well, he's not really having a good playoffs, but as I said, anything can happen. So it's now 4-3 for unlucky number 13. Now, the question on my mind is, what are you going to do now with Trey? What can you do? Well, you do that. Well, Bo Bichette will not get the winning RBI because the fourth run was scored by, who has the RBI? It's not Bichette. Pitch to Teoscar. Swing and a miss. Well, Teoscar not having his cause, but yeah. I got to watch the Game Center here. Game day. Okay, so yeah. I got to remember who has the other RBI for the Jays. Oh, it's Jim. It's the Gem. Okay. Ground ball up the gut, but thank goodness for that nice play by Bichette. He knew where it was going. 2 down. So, all right, baseball's so messed up with proper pens. That's the way it is now, including putting emphasis on new H stats. That's what I'm thinking about. So, well, Hoffman's coming out. Trey gave it all he's got. It's now a 4-out save opportunity for Hoffman. And nope. I was going to say, does Trey get the win? No. I think it's Bassett who's going to get credit for the win if everything holds up. So now Hoffman's coming up, and, he has his thing, but Sportsnet's showing it. All right. I'm deafening for a second. Yeah, don't worry, World's First Gamer. I knew what you were talking the first one. You said, is he related? And I'm like, oh, Hoffman. No. So, yeah, like I knew what you were talking about. So, yeah, I knew what you were talking about. Jackbox. So, did Jeremy do anything? He did the cookies, and that was it. Oh, Gaspinage. Yeah. Hum Baby Baseball has his post game at 12:10. All that. So, nothing major. Okay. We are now in the bottom of the 8th. No, sorry. Not yet. Top 8th. I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. So anyway, it's now time for the Blue Jays to put it. It's now 4-3. Anyway, here's Hoffman. He's going for a 4-out save. And Edman is the first guy, right? Yep, Edman is the first guy. So Edman is number 6, right? No, number 7. Well, we know Ohtani. Well, if they get Edman out, Ohtani is up 3rd in the inning. And Blake Snell is warming up. So, yeah, the guy who the Blue Jays have kind of rocked twice. But, desperation time. You have desperate. I'm surprised Kershaw isn't coming. I mean, I would throw Kershaw in there because it's a game 7. It's sentimental. Yeah, I mean, maybe if it's a blowout one way or the other, but yeah, I guess you can't really go with Kershaw. I wish you put Kershaw in for one more game. Chopper, flip it. Yay. All right. So now the Blue Jays through 7.5 have a 4-3 lead. Now let's see if the Jays can put 1 or 2 more runs to get insurance. We might need insurance. Clement, Jimenez, and Springer. 8-9-1. I must pee. Wow, I'm actually shocked they didn't replace Sheehan. Here's Clement. High. So it's 8-9-1 for starters. So if the Blue Jays can just score 1 or 2 runs, it will help. Snell and Yamamoto are in the pen. I'm actually surprised. But maybe that was the plan because the Dodgers kind of figured they were going to Game 7. They might need Yamamoto. Clement takes a good pitch and fouls it off. Well, he got contact, so that's something good. All right, so the Blue Jays are trying to win this game and end this nightmare once and for all. Because I know for sure that emotionally I am partially drained. But we'll see. 1-2, no outs. No. Why did he go? Oh, phew. Clement almost went. That would have been a disaster. Strike 3. But that's ball 2. So Clement. The Jays need that extra run. Thank goodness for that 6th inning run. That is the one that has held up. Toronto would be up 3-0 and not doing well. But anyway, it's 4-3. Clement, nice swing of the ball to left field. Back and will bounce to the wall. That's a double. And Clement's got a start of the day. So Red Rod second with no outs. So the Blue Jays are trying to get the insurance runs. And here comes Jimenez, the guy with the winning RBI. That would be his claim to fame. Bouchette's 3-run home run made it 3-0, and then the Dodgers struck a couple of runs. Blue Jays made it 4-2, and then the Jays gave up the Max Muncy home run in the 8th. So, yeah, Game 7 home runs are not really new. I mean, I look at it. This is definitely not the greatest Game 7 of all time. I mean, you got 1960 Game 7. You have yourself 2001 Game 7, which was a thriller. You have, well, Sheehan's gone. Who's coming in? Is it Yamamoto, by my guess? Okay, so I'm actually surprised why they would do that, the whole thing. But okay, we're back, and it's Snell on the mound. I'm actually shocked. I thought they would have won with Yamamoto. They're down by 1, and now, yeah, now what's going on? I think they're telling Snell, you got to do it. You got shelled twice. I'm actually shocked. I would have won with Yamamoto in honesty because, I mean, he has given the Blue Jays fits. Now what? I think it was a mound issue, I guess. Of course, I don't have the sound on because of the whole Major League Baseball and YouTube. Not really happy if you do game audio. So right now, like Snell is being told, I don't. Message retracted. Oh, well, yeah. So anyway, yeah, Major League Baseball getting a little peeved. I don't understand going to Snell either. Yeah, like I get it. Like Snell has been shelled twice and all that. If I was impartial, super impartial, I would be really on this bit. Like, you know, I'm kind of, it is a mound issue. I had a hunch it was a mound issue. because that's why everything's delayed. So I'm just going to deafen for a little bit until they get it done. All right, so Song Pop is now up to date and all that. So got my stuff going. Blue Jays. Well, I'm hearing upstairs that my aunt has the Fox feed, and I have the Sportsnet feed and all that. Well, actually, City TV, a local channel based in Toronto, like Cable 7 in Toronto, they actually have the game with the Fox feed, but I don't know how they set it up. I got to look at the Wikipedia thing for the simulation. My ears, Jimenez. He might bunt. I think he crossed the plate. So that will be ball one. Yeah. Oh, they're behind. Yeah, Fox is behind technically. But yeah, nope. Okay, so City TV also owned by Rogers. Of course, Rogers Sportsnet. That's the thing. What nice bunt. Oh. Anyway, yeah. So Sportsnet's using its own production resources, regional stuff. Yeah, City TV, a simulcast of the U.S. Fox broadcast to protect Canadian advertising revenue. SIM sub regulations allow Canadian stations to require that feeds of U.S. stations be carried by subscription TV services be replaced with feeds of a Canadian channel that are simultaneously carrying the same program. That's kind of a strange thing, but hey, when to Rome. Anyway, 1-1 to Jim. Jim, he's still going to bunt. Pulls back, swings. Oh, it's a catch. Yep, it was a catch by Muncy, because if it was not a catch, Muncy would have been a ground ball. He would have had to throw the first. Runner can't move to second. I'm actually surprised. Well, he was fooling him, but Muncy makes the catch. Fortunately, though, the runner moves back to second. So Muncy kind of saw that coming, that he was going to fake the bunt and then hit. Now you got Georgie Springer up. You could walk him and then go face Lucas, who has not really had a good game in the bat. But anyway, here's Springer, 1 out. Springer takes a good whack, but that doesn't work. 3 for 4 today. So, yeah. He's got 3 little singles, 8 for 19 in the series with 1 RBI. He hasn't really been himself. But dude did lose 2 games due to injury in games 4 and 5. So, at least he's in it. And a fly ball foul. Oh, yeah, that's my foul. Strike 2. As you said, getting those foul balls during the World Series, it's going to be overlooked. Davis Schneider is on deck. So, yeah, he's going to be hitting for Lucas. He'll probably come in the game as a defensive replacement for Lucas. Well, Springer shouldn't be hitting into a double play. But remember, there was a runner on second when that double play was hit. So anything can happen. They'll love 2. He went hacking and strike 3. And now Davis Schneider, the hot dog man, the fan favorite in Toronto with his mustache and his glasses. Remember, game 5, he led off against Snell and went deep on the first pitch, which shocked a lot of people because Davis Schneider does not really have home run power. So now it's time. The pitching coach is going to come out. Snell did not face 3 batters, so he cannot be replaced. Run, second, 2 outs. Schneider could be the hero, if you will, get a big hit. Obviously, you're not going to intentionally walk Schneider because you have Vlad coming up next. Vlad is on deck. 4-3 Blue Jays. This is a very tight thing and all that. So let's see if the Blue Jays can hold on here. David Schneider at the plate. Not really hitting well in the postseason. He didn't really hit much in the last two, in the ALDS and the ALCS. I don't remember seeing him in the ALCS as much. But this is it. The Blue Jays are up by 1, bottom of the 8th. They need a big hit to get some insurance. Strike 1 on that one. Okay, let's go. 4 for 19, a double, a homer, and an RBI. Yeah, he hasn't really had his postseason. 11 home runs in the postseason. I mean, the regular season. What am I thinking here? I'm reading stats heavily. Schneider bounces in the dirt, no movement. And that ball bounced to the third base side, too. So even, if Smith came out in front of him and the ball was headed for third base, you definitely weren't going to get the guy at third base because you could be out. And the old baseball adage of you don't want the third out being at third base would have happened. Here's Davis Schneider. And they're 1-1. Ball 2. So anyway, the Blue Jays are hoping for that insurance run. Because, you got Vladdy coming up. And if Vladdy can do something here, this would be big. Vladdy is Toronto's main candidate for the World Series MVP. And for the Dodgers, it's Ohtani-san. Ohtani-san will bat third. It is 8-9-1 for the Dodgers. Oop. Oh, what? What? That was outside the plate. Yikes. Yeah, that ABS thing is going to make things interesting in 2026. I'll say that much. Oh, that's not even close. Good grief. 2-2 pitch to Schneider. Well, 2-2-2. Schneider has a .211 batting average, and he's the number 2 hitter. The 2-2. And he whiffs. So, no, Toronto cannot get that insurance run. Now, Hoffman needs 3 outs. And the agony could be over. So, anyway, Hoffman is out 8-9-1. Damn. Why are you saying damn? Because the world's worst gamer. I mean, the Jays didn't score the run. And I know you want the Dodgers to win. So now Hoffman's coming out. I think Sportsnet is definitely not going to a commercial break. So it's 11:08 Eastern Standard Time, November 1st, 2025 in the 6th. Blue Jay fans are nervous. They're only up by 1 run here. Well, the Blue Jays have had the strangeness going on. But, yeah, the Jays are up by 1. They are nervous because Ohtani-san is up third. It is going to be Edmund. Excuse me. It's going to be, I know that Rojas is second and Ohtani's third. Who's 8-hole? I keep forgetting who the 8-hole hitter is. No, that's not Mookie. It's not Lindsay. Is it? No, Rojas is there. Freeman's already there. If Yusevich had a good game 1, he definitely would have been in the conversation for World Series MVP, but he didn't. So, yeah, Sportsnet is not going to commercial because this could be the top of the 9th that wins the World Series for the Blue Jays. Yeah. I am just nervous AF, of course. Why wouldn't I be nervous? Blue Jays are 3 outs away from one of their biggest wins in 3 decades. Turkey in the Straw is playing left field for Lucas. All right. Straw does come in as a defensive replacement at times. So basically, Schneider knows what he's doing. Not David Schneider, but Johnny Schneider. Lots of people have called for John Schneider's head on a pike the past few seasons. And even when the Blue Jays started out slow this year, they called for his head on a pike, but not so fast. Blue Jays win 94 games, 20 plus a plus 20 winning percentage from last year, and that was actually the highest in Major League Baseball. Even though that the White Sox, oh yeah, Kiki Hernandez is coming up, and he will bat for himself. My guess is that they'll replace Rojas because Rojas has not really had a good day. Ohtani, obviously, you're not going to pinch hit for Ohtani in any situation. Kiki Hernandez, the Dodgers leader in, I believe, playoff games and hits and home runs, I'd like to say. Probably not. I keep thinking Justin Turner has that mark. Yeah. Time for a mess in the barn. We'll see. Hernandez is 1 for 3. Hoffman will throw the first pitch. Wolf. Almost hit him, but didn't. That was unintentional, of course. Of course, you know that when Jimenez got hit in, I think, the third inning, the bench is cleared. Nobody got ejected. Thank goodness for the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. So this is it. Kiki Hernandez, the veteran of the Dodgers. If there's ever time for him to do something, that's it. Hoffman looking for the ball. Lots of people think that Hoffman was not the right answer at closer, but he has been. I mean, yeah, Jordan Romano has done what hometown boy did well for the Blue Jays, but we sent him to Philly, and then Philly, he has been injured and terrible. Pitch, foul ball, strike 2. So now it's 1-2. Ohtani is ready to hit, but he'll have to wait his turn because the number 9 hitter, Rojas, is in. But they haven't said anything if Rojas, they haven't shown Rojas or anyone on the on-deck circle. 1-2. And he whiffs. Strike 3. So Hoffman got it. Anyway, so down. So 1-0, and I think they haven't showed Rojas. No, they're letting him hit for himself. 1 for 3. Honestly, I would have just found somebody, but the Dodgers don't really have the best hitters. Pages has not hit well. Call might be the only best shot. But, well, I don't know what you could do. But anyway, the Blue Jay fans, the Game 7 ticket holders and all that. 0-1. Nope. Fortunately, though, there's no one on base, so he can bounce balls and it can get past the catcher and no problemo because, you know, that's not, it'll be a ball, but nothing more damaging than that. 4-3 Blue Jays. 1-1, 1 out. Here in the 9th. Rojas at the plate. Way down. 2 balls trying to get him to swing, but Rojas says niet. Ohtani obviously is on. Oh, I say a 41-10 on Scherzer's cap. I did not see that. So I gotta make a mental note of that. But yeah, 2-1. Rojas pops it up. Flatty going. Foul. Strike 2. Oof. I've seen weird plays like in World Series clinching games in which there was a foul ball for first base. I mean, everyone, I know people don't remember, but in 1980, Bob Boone, the second out of the World Series for the Phillies against the Royals, when they clinched it, Bob Boone had a pop-up at first base, and he bobbled it, and Pete Rose caught it before it fell on the ground, so that was a strike pitch. Rojas, foul again. Just trying to make Hoffman work for it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. So Ohtani's on deck. Well, if you walk him, you got Will Smith, who has done well. So obviously, walking Ohtani is not the answer. 2-2. Oh, trying to get him at the curveball a little too high. 3-2. Obviously, you don't want Rojas on base because Ohtani represents the go-ahead run. Dodgers chipped away at Toronto's 3-0 lead to make it 3-2, and then the Blue Jays scored their fourth run in the sixth. 3-2. Rojas to left field, away! Gone! Wow. 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 Of all people, Miguel Rojas. Like I said, the World Series, like the postseason, anyone can have a good at bat. And Miguel Rojas has just hit one of the biggest home runs of his life. And that was a curveball, and that was gone. So it's now 4-4. Ohtani's coming to the plate. Ohtani, fly ball to left. Straw will make the catch, and Ohtani's out. 2 down. So now we got problems. Oh boy. I gotta think. In a game 7, when you give up the tying run in the 9th inning, is that basically game, set, match? All that. Well, I know in the 9th. Gotta remember the last time a team had a lead in the 9th and gave up the tying run and all that. 2016. No, it wasn't 2016 because that was the 8th inning when Rajay went deep to tie the game. 2017, it wasn't even close. The Dodgers had nothing. 2019, the Nats had it in the 8th inning, not the 9th. Will Smith for the double. Wow. Well, if anything good is happening, Vladdy is up first for the Blue Jays, and then Bichette. So, yeah. Or, no, wait. Yeah, Schneider was out number 3. Well, if anything for the Blue Jays, they do have the heart of the order coming up. So that's actually a good thing. 0-2. Trying to get him to strike out. Now, just remember, the Blue Jays, well, Sir Anthony is on the bullpen mound. When they won in 1993, the Blue Jays were trailing. When they won in 92, they were up by 2, gave up a run to the Braves, but then still won the game. 1-2. Not chasing. Unreal. Miguel Rojas with a home run in the 9th. I feel like that's the first time ever that, well, actually, yeah. I'm thinking back. A 9th inning in a game 7, a home run in the 9th to tie the game. I don't think it's been done before. Hoffman's throwing terribly. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't recall a home run tying the game in the 9th in a game 7. Like tying the game. Like Carter's obviously won the World Series. 4-4. And wow, big strikeout there. That's big. Remember, the Jays do have the heart of the order coming up, so that's the good news for the Blue Jays. If anything, bottom of the 9th, they did the 9th inning magic in 1993, so we'll see if it happens again. Rojas, I can't believe it. Of all people, I thought they were going to pinch hit for him, but he proves why he belongs at second base. Wow, throwing the sunflower seeds at him. It's a 4-4 tie and all that. Well, I guess all the Blue Jay, I guess all the things are basically blowing up. Well, the good news for Hoffman is he can't, well, we'll see what happens. The Blue Jays do have the bottom of the 9th, and they do have one offensive inning to win the game. And Blake Snell is back on the mound. I'm actually surprised still. I would have went with Yamamoto because Snell did get his 3 batters. Yamamoto's in the bullpen. I bet you Sir Anthony will be pitching the 10th if we go to the 10th. And yes, there has been a game 7 that went to extra innings. 2016 comes to mind, Cubs, Indians. But that actually got delayed in the 10th inning by a rain delay of like 20 minutes. And then the Cubs then scored 2 runs in the 10th, and Cleveland scored 1 and the Cubs still won the game. Fortune favors the brave, and the Dodgers with stats like 4 straight wins by a road team in a game 7 in the World Series. And you know, the home teams, well, the road teams are 21-19 in the game 7. The Dodgers 5-5 in game 7's lifetime, including the World Series. Well, include all postseason, and the Blue Jays 1-1, including, well, of course, game 7. I hear ya. So yeah. So we'll pitch the ninth. Well, Snell, you're not watching right now? Well, Snell's still on the mound. The Jays were up 3-0. The Dodgers chipped away with a pair of runs in the 4th and the 6th. And then the Blue Jays scored in the 6th to seemingly win the game, but then one in the 8th, one in the 9th. Max Muncy's home run was huge too. You got Vladdy, you got Bo, and you got Clement. Well, if ever it's the time for Vladdy to really prove that he can make the bag. Obviously, the Dodgers won't do some intentional walking because obviously that's the winning run. Marty Cannon has joined us all the way from England, which is 4:20 in the morning. So, 4:20, yeah. Oh yeah, I got to make sure that I change the clocks, the manual clocks. I mean, yeah, the computer clock and my cell phone clock will change automatically. It is daylight saving and the daylight savings time. Here's Vladdy. Ball one. If I were the Blue Jays, I just work Snell. I work the pitchers. Get to know their pitch arsenal and all that. Ball two. Yep. Well, England's Stammer is a wanker. Well, Marty straight for Arsenal. 2-0. 3-0. Marty, I think he's Arsenal. Roseburg's gamer, I think he's an Arsenal guy because he's been cheering for them to win the Premier League, and they are leading the Premier League as of right now. So, yeah, pitch. Vladdy to center field. Should have waited. What a mistake. I would have waited. Oy. Man, what a mistake. What a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Because even if it's a strike, you wear him out. You wear Snell out. Yeah, on a 3-0 pitch, I would have taken it. There's Bichette. He almost was the hero if the Jays had hung on to their 3-0 lead. A 3-run lead in game 7 blown. Just trying to think. Has that ever been done before? I don't remember. Bichette, that's a ball. Catch him all, Joe. Oh, wait, he isn't hitting. Yeah, I know. Yeah, a 3-run lead in a game 7. Well, oh yeah, the Bo Sox in 86. I think that's the last time a team has been up by 3 and has blown it. Bichette, wide is it? Base hit. That's a looping single, and Bichette does not run well, so he's on first with a single. So he's decent. He's been decent. He's just given up a single, and now Barger, and now IKF. Well, Bichette's not a good runner, so they're going with Kinder Filetta. So IKF, number 7 in your programs, is coming in to pinch run, excuse me. He's a fast runner, and he will play second base for Bichette. So they have to do something. So, yeah, he's a good pinch runner. He might give Snell fits. We'll see what Barger came up with. I said Clement. I mean Barger. Ball 1. Barger, 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. The first 2 bats, he had singles and trying to make people forget about his boo-boo in game number 6. Pitch. Ball 2, just missed. All right, Yamamoto is throwing the pen. Now, my guess is that he'll come in if the game is still tied, because if the Dodgers do take the lead in the 10th, if we go to the 10th and the Dodgers take the lead, Roki will probably be warming up. 2-0. Yep, strike 2-1. Enough of Blake Snell. Well, he's still pitching. It's 2-1, 1 out. And Barger is at the plate. Two one. Yeah. What? That's a ball. Holy crap. He got one. Why? That was low. My goodness gracious, 6 alive. Like, I mean, 4-4 game. 2-2. Phew. Thank God for the foul. Oh, wait. Okay, it's a foul. Is it a foul? Okay, it is a foul. I thought, like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he swung and missed. It looks like he swung and missed. Nope, he tapped it. Okay, good. He tapped it because, yeah, if he does swing and a miss, but the ball gets away, it doesn't complete. Yeah, if he swung and missed and the ball gets away, then the runner moves to second. And now Schneider is going to check in on Barger because Barger hit it off his foot. So, yep, we'll see what happens. Blue Jays, their bench. I know that they still have, who do they still have in their bench? Heineman's the catcher. They still have, gosh, who else do they have? They lost Schneider, Straw, pinch hit. I don't really know what the Blue Jays bench is like and all that. I would say Lober Fido, but obviously he's not on the roster and he can't play. 2-2, 1 out. So, yeah, the Blue Jays have used, I think, 12 hitters. I think they only have a few hitters left on the bench. There's Russ Atkins, the general manager of the Blue Jays. 2-2. Chopper. Ew. Foul. Oh, if that stayed fair, that probably would have been big. Kyner Falefa would have got the second. But they would have tried to go for the second out. And you have runner second, 2 out. And then that would be Alejandro Kirk's time to shine. 2-2, 1 out. Man, can you believe it? The Blue Jays had a 3-0 lead, and now it's 4-4. They did have a 5-1 lead against the Phillies in Game 6 in 93 and choked that away. 2-2. Barger sends a foul. Just keep working Snell. That's the plan. Yamamoto probably will be coming in the next batter, I think. Like, I think they're just telling Snell, just get this guy out. Do something. It is 4-4. 1 out. Why do I still have this on? Well, okay, there we go. I had Bandicam on, and I'm like, I'm not using Bandicam for anything. 2-2, 1 out. Ooh, lucky bounce, but that's ball 3. So now a payoff to Barger with Kirk on deck, who does seem to get hits at the right time and all that. So Barger coming in. It's 11:29 p.m. We're almost done 3.5 hours of this stuff. Don't know if it's the longest stream I've done. No, I don't know. Pitch. Oh, ball 4 just missed. Wow. That was a tough pitch. He's complaining, but he did have that strike. So he's worked a walk, first and second. Obviously, you're not going to walk Kirk. And I think that's going to be it for Snell. He's looking at his guys. That's what I'm thinking, too. Well, you got Alejandro Kirk 2 for 4. Yeah, they'll probably pull him for Yamamoto. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, they're going to pull him. They're going to pull him. They know that Yamamoto is going to probably come in and ruin the Blue Jays season. Maybe Yamamoto does become the World Series MVP, but that would actually be a tell. Yep, they are yanking him. Yamamoto coming in. So, yeah. So Yamamoto is coming in. I thought so. I figured they would do it in a tie game, and then if the Dodgers do score. Yep. Yamamoto is coming in to face Alejandro Kirk. Runner in second, one out. First and second and one out. Well, Yamamoto might do the great escape. Although I doubt I don't know if he would be World Series MVP. I mean, he is 2-0, but like Ohtani, it would be tough. I think they've done the balloting for the World Series MVP now. I think the rule is that you have to do it before the 9th inning. And I think Ohtani's won it by my guess. If it's the Blue Jays, it's Vlad. If it's the Dodgers, it's Ohtani. Although there could be a chance Ohtani might get MVP regardless of what happens to the Dodgers. I mean, in the Stanley Cup Finals, it's happened that the Conn Smythe winner is not the winning team. Like Connor McDavid won, was it? Yeah, he won in 2024, and he was not the champion, and he did not play for the champions. All that, or I was thought that way. Yeah, Connor won it in 2024, even though they lost. Became the first guy since Jay Shiger to do so, to be on a losing team in the final, but still be named the MVP. Super Bowl has only had one player on a losing team win MVP, and that was Chuck Howley in 1971 in what they call the Blunder Bowl. The MLB 1960, Bobby Richardson won the MVP, even though the World Series MVP, even though the Pirates won the World Series. Man, I watched a video about the 1960 World Series, how the Pirates won the close games, but the Yankees blew out the Pirates in their 3 wins, but the Pirates won closely in 4. And the Yankees outscored the Pirates 55-27 and still lost the World Series. So they had a 2-1 margin. Now Alejandro Kirk against Yamamoto. Carlos Fabulous, the third base coach, will be probably waving it in. Well, Kirk has to basically get a hit. That's the thing. Though, too. Pitch in the way. Takes a strike. Kirk does have a small strike zone because he's not that tall. He's 2 for 4 today. So we'll see what happens. Anyway. Pitch. Oh, did he hit him? He did hit him. He did hit Kirk. Now the bases are loaded with 1 out. All Farshaw's got to do is pull one to the outfield. He hit him. Wow. I didn't see that coming. Yeah, he hit him. Oh, they're challenging. They're challenging to see if it hit the bat. Well, hold on. Now they're going to see if it is a HBP. Out. No way. That is definitely not the bat. That did not hit the bat. No. It hit the arm. It hit the arm opposite him. It hit the opposite arm. So it is an HBP. Dodgers, well, yeah, it wasn't close to the bat. Even if it hit him on the arm with the bat, with him swinging the bat, that would have not been the bat. But it was on the other side. Farshall now has to do something. All Farshall practically has to do is just hit it to the outfield. The translator has to come in because Yamamoto doesn't really speak English. So now, all Farshall's got to do is win. The winning run in a Game 7 on a sac fly. I don't know if that's ever happened before. The winning run on a sac fly. Well, it's going to be a base hit. I know Luis Gonzalez, he had the winning run with the bases loaded in 2001 in the bottom of the 9th over a drawn-in infield. So nowhere to put Varsho, and he's 0 for 4. And you basically don't have anyone to hit for him. Now the Jays have the bases loaded, 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. If they don't score, there's trouble. And now Patches is coming in to play in the outfield. He's got that arm. He doesn't have the bat this postseason. And this is not just the World Series. It's the playoffs that Patches doesn't have the bat. Blue Jays. Well, the Blue Jays set the record for most runs in a postseason by a team because MLB said something about them being 1 run away from tying the record on Friday. Can't avoid another painful chapter. So now the bases loaded, 1 out. Varsho. Well, remember, Luis Gonzalez did the same thing in 2001. Are we going to have a Dalton Varsho, a Louis Gold moment, or a sac fly? 0 for 4. He has flown out, but what? Just be patient. Ball 1. My God, the heart rate is going up. Pitch. Ground ball, foul. Oof. That was lucky it was foul because that would have been the DP to force the 10th. Well, the Blue Jays have had their moments in game 6 and 7. Now, can they finish it off right here, right now? 1-1. And that's a strike to Varsho. Up next, I believe, is Clement. And Clement has actually had a 13-game hitting streak, so he might be the hero, hopefully. Here's Varsho. 1-2. Chopper. Oh, no. They go to the plate. He's out. And they do get the out. They get the out at home. So Varsho is on first, but they know Varsho is not a good. They know Varsho's a good runner, so they do get the out. And now Clement. He's 3 for 4, though. He needs a hit, though. Are they going to challenge? Oh, my God. They're going to challenge. I don't know. I think he's out. Honestly, we'll see. What are they challenging? Okay, ground ball to second. Rojas to first. Ew. Oh, is he off the plate? Oh, my God. Was he off the plate? They called him out. Is he off the plate? Oh, my gosh. Where's the back foot? Oh, my gosh. It's close. And they do say tie goes to the runner. Watch the play. Watch his foot. Oh, my God. Is it off? Oh, you got it. And he's out. Oh, by a fraction, he's out. Wow. So bases loaded, 2 outs by a fraction. My gosh. Well, Rojas took all the time in the world. I think he should have thrown it faster, but he was probably worried he was going to throw it away. And now Clement needs a hit. They have to get a hit because if they don't get a hit, we go to the 10th. Clement, this is his time. To left field. Kiki, back. Oh, my God, he made the catch. My God, he made the catch. I'm like, dude. Oh, my God, I told you. This is Toronto sports at its worst. This is the epitome of Toronto sports. Oh, my God. Well, he's a first pitch hitter, so I was like, oh, he's got to make the catch. Padgett makes the catch. He bumps into Kiki. Clement went for the ball. And Padgett makes the catch. Padgett makes the catch at the wall. Wow. Wow, indeed. And guess what? We got extras. But the good news is that it's 9-1-2 for the Blue Jays. Oh, my God. And guess what? It's extra innings in a Game 7. The ultimate thrill ride in the World Series. It's Game 7 and it's extras. The epitome of the Blue Jays. Bases loaded, 1 out. All Farshaw had to do was hit it to the outfield. If Farshaw had done what Clement did, then the winning run scores. Oh, Bill's calling me. Uh-oh. Now what? I have to deafen. My apologies. Bill was calling. Obviously, I'm not going to tell him. Well, I had to deafen because, I didn't want the call being on the stream. Anyway, big catch by Straw. Thank goodness for that. Sir Anthony on the bump. 1-0, 1 out to Betts. Betts fouls it off. Wow. And yes, it has been done. Extra inning Game 7s have happened plenty of times. 2016, everyone knows about the Cubs winning in the 10th inning and all that, scoring twice in the 10th and then giving up a run, but they still won. The 1-1. Oh, well, that was borderline. It could have been another way, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I've done a 4-hour stream or something like that. Have I? Yeah, I had to. I would have watched Blue Jays Dodgers. Yeah, it's like Game 3. We're going to be in 4 hours, and we're going through only 10 innings through 4. Yeah, the Dodgers should have won it. I guess you're right. 3-1. Borderline pitch, and they walk him. Yikes. And now comes Muncy, the guy who kind of had that big hit. If it wasn't for Muncy's home run, I think the Jays would have won because, Muncy made it 4-3 off of Savage of all people. Like, Savage barely gives up home runs. Yeah, both teams could have won by now, obviously. Muncy's the hero right now. It's weird. His 3 RBIs in the postseason have been all home runs. Swing and a miss, strike 1. So if Seranthony can just get a double play ball, get out of this, and the Jays have another chance in the 10th. I'm guessing Yamamoto will keep pitching and all that. No need for Roki. Unless, the Dodgers score. It will be a heartbreaking Blue Jays fan base and a Canadian fan base at that if the Jays go down pitch. Nope, didn't get the call. That would have been ball 2. You probably were yelling at every Dodger to wake the hell up. I mean, seriously. So, yeah. 2-1, 1 out. Seranthony will step off. He's got to be careful because if he keeps stepping off, runner moves up 90 feet. They don't need that. Rojas is basically an LA folk hero if the Dodgers win this game. Muncy foul, 2-2. Yeah, I can't recall. I don't think it's ever been done before. Yeah, game tying home run. Muncy up the gut, base hit. Up the gut, indeed. And Mookie will hang on right up the gut. Muncy's got his 3rd hit of the day. And now Teoscar comes in. Well, did that hit Seranthony? Did that hit him? Or I feel like it soon passed him because, if you knock that down, you get the guy at first, you get at least an out, and then it's 2 outs for Teoscar. But now it's 1 out for Teoscar. Pitch of the way. Too high. 4 for 1 out. Dodgers do have, if anything, for the Blue Jays, that stat of runners in scoring position, that's akin to Game 6 for the Blue Jays for the stat. Borderline, but that's a strike. 1-1. Yamamoto's got the jacket on. The question on my mind is, are they going to get someone to pitch the bottom of the 10th, or is Yamamoto pitching in the 10th? We don't know. We just don't know. 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Well, the difference between this and Game 3 is that, Game 7, it's not a work day tomorrow. So, once it turns to November 2nd, it's not a work day. So it's a church day, but it's not a work day. 1-2, folk. So, yeah. So fortunately, church is at 10:45 tomorrow. So, I get on the bus at 10 o'clock to head there. Well, let's see. 2-2, 1 out. Pitch. Foul. Braden Fisher and Flu Hardy. I thought they would have used Flu Hardy by now, honestly. 2-2, 1 out. Two, 1 out. Oh, nope. That was wide. Trying to get the wide strike, but no. Nope. Yep. Blue Jays are trying to hang on here in the 10th so that they can get, is that Alex from Degrassi, Deanna Casaluce? Probably not. 3-2. And that's ball 4. Dominguez throws another wide one. And now with 1 out, all the Dodgers got to do with Edman is fly one. Pete Walker's coming out and all that. So, yeah. This is Toronto sports all rolled into one. Is, the fact that we're right there, the chalice is right there, but we can't finish the job. Being a Leaf fan, I know that all too often. All Edmund technically has to do is fly one. But as I said, that's what I said, the Blue Jays, bases loaded, one out. All they got to do is fly one. And if it was Clement with that fly ball to the track instead of Farshow doing that instead of Clement. No, wait, Clement. You have Clement at that fly ball to the track, then this game's over. It's a walk-off sacked fly, which rarely happens. I don't think it's ever happened in a Game 7. A walk-off sack fly. I've seen 1912, the Red Sox walked off on a single. Padges to the plate. Swing and a miss. Also, they have yanked Edmund for Padges. Oh, yeah. No, Edmund was in center. It's not a walk-off. No, I know, but in history. I'm talking about when the Jays had bases loaded. Yeah, I'm talking when the Jays had bases loaded and one out, if there would have been a walk-off sack fly first time in a Game 7 in history. Because I know that in 1912, Red Sox walked off on a single. 1924, the Senators walked off on a ball in the pebble. Oh, gosh. That was close. 2 balls, 1 strike. So pebble. What other Game 7s? 1960. Mazeroski walked off with a home run in a Game 7. What other Game 7 walk-offs? Padges, up the gut. They got to go home. Well, that's what you do. You go home, that's the out. So now the Blue Jays did what the Dodgers did, cut the winning run out of the plate. And now Kiki Hernandez comes up. So now Kiki, who does that? Well, that's a good swing, and that's a smart thing by the Gem. Just hit it to the catcher to get that force out at home. And now see what Kiki does and all that. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Let's see what happens with Sir Anthony. They're going to pitch to him. He's going to pitch. Well, that was way wide. These teams don't want to win. I think they do want to win and all that. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. All right. Yeah, I don't think I've done a 4-hour stream. I think my record is, 345 or something like that in history. And that includes the postseason. Not playing like it. Yep. So 1-1 pitch. Chopper. You got to go to first. Sir Anthony steps on first base. Beautiful. And the Blue Jays survive. Hernandez almost made it, but the Blue Jays survived the bases loaded in the 10th. Now they have a chance to win again. Will we see some 10th inning magic? We'll see. So, yep, that was easy. Sir Anthony. Oh, I think he almost lost control of the bag. That would have been disastrous. I got to check. I got to check personally. Oh, hold on 1 sec. I'll be back to you in a second. I got to eat some. Yeah. Nope, Dodgers challenged. Well, I don't blame them because Sir Anthony almost lost, the plot. Yeah, he almost lost the plot. So let's see, 316, 330, 309, 330, 336. Okay, 336. Yeah, 336 was the longest stream I've done in history. Now it's 354. Finley, someone's commented on my post. Someone elsewhere was saying that Cleve was not down at home on the force. Well, I thought so. Well, the Dodgers didn't challenge, so Dodgers would have challenged. If the Cleve was not down, then the Dodgers definitely would have challenged. Because I don't see them not challenging. If they knew what they were doing, they would have challenged. Yeah, it's like, well, okay, maybe that, but the Dodgers didn't challenge. So, like, because if the Dodgers knew it was out, because why would they would have challenged and all that. Sportsnet Central. Well, there's going to be a massive post game for the Blue Jays, win or lose, on the Blue Jays networks and all that. We're almost at midnight. We're almost in November 2nd. And no, that won't be the latest World Series ending ever. That would be November 4th, 2001. Oh, they did challenge it. Oh, they did challenge it. Did they? No. No, that. Yeah. No, they challenged to see if Seranthony had actually misstepped and that Kiki beat the throw. Well, the Jays have Bieber warming up, the game 4 starter. Yeah, but I don't blame the Dodgers for challenging because Seranthony kind of lost track of first base. And Yamamoto is still on the bump. Yeah, number 18. Yep. Obviously, you're going to keep Roki for the save opportunity because who else do you have for the save unless you put Kershaw in? And now here's 912, Jimenez leads off. Jimenez, sorry, 912. Yeah, it's 912. He's not had a good World Series. 4 hits out of 26, 4 RBIs. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Oof, this could go on forever. And remember, in 2 hours, the clocks change backwards. And everyone's supposed to get an extra hour of sleep. I think it was fate that, the World Series would have it that, the fans would watch Game 7 and would have an extra hours of sleep thanks to daylight savings time. Ground ball, the second easy play. That was way too easy by Rojas. He's the man of the hour. If it wasn't for that home run in the 9th, the Blue Jays would be World Series champions, and I would go bonkers till midnight Eastern time. But, of course, not. So, Bieber might pitch the 11th for the Blue Jays. I know Flu Hardy is still there, too. Maybe so, but yeah, Springer. He's got 3 hits. Ooh, did it plunk him? Nope. They say no, it didn't plunk him. Are they going to challenge? Dodgers I think, are out of challenges, right? Nope. No sign of saying anything. So that definitely means no. If it was a hit by pitch, it would have been obvious. Ball 2. Yep, Springer. And then you got Straw up because David Schneider pinch hit for Lucas. And Turkey in the Straw came in to pinch to play defense. It wasn't his fault. He didn't make a defensive blunder. 2-0. Ball 3. Well, let's see. Three-oh. Yep, the automatic take on that one. That's a smart move by Springer to take on a 3-0 count. Three-one. Yep, that was in the zone. Strike 2, 3-2. So now Springer's got to do something here. You have Straw hitting. I think if Springer gets on, then Straw might bunt. I don't think he's got the guts and all that. Foul off the foot that he hurt earlier in the playoffs. Of course, when he missed those 2 games, he missed it because of his oblique. Well, the clock is now turned to November 2nd. Yep, right up that foot. That bothered him. So now we're at midnight Eastern time. 2 hours to go until daylight savings time ends. And we get and then it goes back to 1 a.m. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Yamamoto has saved the day. Springer had 3-0 count, and he just couldn't catch up to that ball. So, yeah, now you got Straw. Now he has to hit for himself practically. So it looks like we might be going to the 11th. Vladdy is up. 2 up is on deck, but Straw needs something. And unfortunately, the numbers don't lie. Miles Straw is going to probably strike out. Pitch. Straw, oops. Yeah. Oh, nope. Oh, that's out of play because they would have had the camera go towards Will Smith. Yeah. Yep. They just showed it on the Toronto feed, 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a 4-hour game. I remember the 2006 World Series, 16 World Series ending like, 12:30 in the morning? I don't know. 01. Doesn't go. Dreyer is up in the pen. He might be coming in for the 11th. I don't know if he'll be coming in for the save. I think if the Dodgers score, that's going to be the key for Roki to come in to shut it down. Straw, yep. I thought so. Insane. Game over. Nope. Well, Toronto just couldn't do anything, and now we go to the 11th inning of a Game 7. Just trying to think here. Well, I know 1924 went to 12 innings in Game 7. The 1912 World Series ended in 10, so that was done. Yeah, 1924 was 12 innings when that ball ricocheted off the pebble. I think that's the only Game 7 that's gone that long. The Twins, when they went in 91, that was 10 innings. I remember that. 1-0, 10 innings, shut out by Jack Morris. So, yep. So we go to, I believe, it's now the second longest Game 7 by innings in history, with the 1924 World Series the only one to go past 11 innings. Where is the time going? So, yeah, urinating training Jaguar Gator. Obviously, they're still doing it. 2 new WWE champions. Yep, CM Punk, new champion, and Jade Cargill doing it. WWE disappointed with SNME. Well, they had to have it like on Peacock and not on like NBC. Watch Division 1. Fox time. Yep. The post game at 12:10 in the morning. Well, he's not going to do it. You'll have to change the time. That guy will have to change. Some good bats coming up for the Dodgers. Well, let's see here. Jays are hitting the Dodgers just like yesterday, but the score is tied. We go to the 11th inning. So anyway, yeah, $22 million in the 50-50 draw. The only problem is that you have to be from Ontario or Nova Scotia. It kind of isn't fair to the 8 other provinces. Shane Bieber is coming on the bump. The Game 4 starter is coming in. He'll have to, in a sense. I thought they would have went with Flu Hardy, but they went righties. I know Bieber's a righty. Bieber has given up 7 runs in 17 innings. Yeah, he was a big risk by the Blue Jays to pick him up in free agency. Well, you know how Justin Bieber has kind of embarrassed Canada. Shane has not. Thank goodness for that. And now it's Rojas, the hero for the Dodgers in the 9th. Rojas is not happy with that strike. Don't blame him. Miguel Rojas, 2 for 9. Well, he had no hits going into this game, and then he decides to hit a home run in the 9th. Chopper, there should be 5-3. Yes. Ran up, 1 out. Alrighty then. Yeah, it's 9-1-2. Yep, you know who's coming up next. And that's Ohtani-san. So, yeah, ground ball the third. Clement kind of knows he has to go for it. Well, that's not a bad idea. Clement backs. So, yeah. Ohtani-san is up at the plate. 4-4. And smart move by IKF to play the ball perfectly on the hop. And now 2 outs. And Smith comes to the plate. Yep, the Dodgers have not had a lead this game. The Blue Jays had a 3-0 lead, got a chip down the 3-2, scored a run in the 6th to make it 4-2, but Muncy and Rojas went deep, tied the game. And now Will Smith, 1 for 5. I can't remember their backup catcher's name, but, yeah. I would have probably put the backup catcher in, but, it's a game 7. You let your big guys come through and all that. The fans are clad in gear. All 2. So it is 12:06 a.m. Eastern Time. It's still November 1st in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia, and the Yukon and territories. Smith takes a drive to the left field. This is back of the fence. Gone. Well done. Well done. Well done. I'm surprised you're not watching the game because he did. Well, that could be the blow for the Blue Jays. That could be the biggest blow ever. He calls a shot. I don't know, though. I'll have to look at the replay to see if you called the shot after I said so. It was gone. So Shane Bieber just gives up a home run. Well, he's not coming back for the Blue Jays, and I don't think he would be welcome back in Toronto after that. Think about it. The Dodgers using their power. The Toronto, boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, indeed. Wow. Called the shot. Maybe you did. But I'll have to look at the replay. But nevertheless, now let me think. Well, it is 3-4-5 for the Blue Jays. So the good news is the Jays do have the heart of the order coming up. That's me called it. The problem is, I don't know when I first saw it. And all that. That's the problem. Like, I think he did, but it's when did I look at it first? 3-1. And that's a strike. Freeman thought he was on base. I thought so. So, anyway, 3-2, 2 outs. So, yeah. Pitch. Freeman. Long. Yep. Well, you know what? If the score stays the same, you know what my next Cutter top 10 list will be and all that. Ground ball to short, throw the first, got him. Well, now the Blue Jays need a run. Here comes the man in black. So, yeah. Oh, Will Smith. I was thinking one of your relievers. So now the question is, did they warm up Roki? Well, now it's 5-4 for the Dodgers. Let's take a look at the sports stuff and all that. The scores and highlights of everything. Utah looking good against Cincy to crush Cincy's hopes. Well, they're number 24 beating number 17. Memphis, number 25, beat Rice. 30-14, number 1 Ohio State crushed Penn State. Number 9 Vanderbilt lost in Texas, but it's Texas, so it can't be bad. Vanderbilt getting the top 10 was huge. Number 10 Miami loses in overtime to SMU, who made the college football playoff last year. Number 22 Houston losing at home to West Virginia. Number 16 Louisville beating Va Tech. Notre Dame on the road. Number 12 beating Boston College. Number 2 Indiana crushing Maryland in fine powder. Number 5 Georgia winning in the world's largest cocktail party, 24-20. Texas Tech, number 13, wins 43-20. Number 15, Virginia beats Cal. Number 7, Ole Miss survives South Carolina. Michigan does beat Purdue narrowly. Oklahoma goes to Tennessee and beats them. USC survives Nebraska. And number 8, Georgia Tech is not going to make the top 10. They're out of luck. They're going to lose to NC State. So that being said, I'm just trying to see here. Oregon has the day off. Okay, so A&M didn't play today. I would have known. Alabama didn't play today. That's shocking. But yeah, Oregon didn't play today. Georgia Tech is going to be out of the top 10. Vanderbilt's going to be out of the top 10. BYU is probably going to be as high as number 8. I mean, BYU of all teams. Miami's out of luck. Notre Dame probably will be number 10 by my guess. Or Texas Tech even. Memphis is 8-1. Yeah. Arkansas, if they had just freaking beaten Memphis when they had to. So they're making a change at second. It's Hee-Sun Kim. Oh, yeah, they pinch hit, right? Well, Justin Dean coming in, the center fielder who made the big play. Patches moves to right field. So that's it for Teoscar. Yep, I thought so. Roki is coming into play. I thought so. In the NHL, scores from the NHL upcoming, but that's, they're turned in November 2nd. October 1st. Rangers and Seattle are tied 2-2 in the third period. Chicago and Edmonton are tied 2-2 in the third period, and Guerrero will take a ball. Boston beat Carolina. Winnipeg beat Pittsburgh. Nashville beat Calgary. San Jose won in overtime over Colorado. Florida wins in shootout against Dallas. Minnesota beats Vancouver. Columbus beats St. Louis. Toronto beats Philly. Montreal wins in overtime. Buffalo in shootout. Devils beat the Kings in LA. Ball 2. 2-2 right now. The goal scorers for New York, Noah Laba is second, and Vladislav Gavrikov, the former Seattle defenseman, scoring against his former team. Guerrero does not swing. It's in the strike zone 2-1. Brendan Montour and Chandler Stevenson tied with the goals. Chicago, their 2 goals. Burakovsky, his 5th, and Tyler Bertuzzi scoring. Edmonton, Jack Roslovic and Draisaitl, his 10th for the season, makes it 2-2. So now you're out of the day. Oh, I thought it was Roki. Oops, I thought it was Rocky. I thought they got Roki up there. I'm actually surprised they're getting Yamamoto. But then again, I think that's the plan. The plan is that if Yamamoto gets in trouble, then, they'll go for Roki for the save. 3-2. Guerrero to left field. This will be fair. It lands in the corner. This will be a double. Flatty will be smart and pull up to second. So Flatty gets a double. Are you still there? My TV says, yes, I'm still here. I haven't changed the channel in 4 hours. Yes, I'm still here. So now IKF is coming in. Well, my guess is that, you don't really have the pinch hitter for IKF. So my guess is he's going to bunt. He's going to try to bunt Flatty to third base because, kind of for Lefa. So, yeah, double by Flatty. But, we'll see what happens. The Blue Jays runner on second and no outs. IKF, what's he going to do? I'm surprised Yamamoto's still out there. I would have went with Roki. IKF is going to bunt. Nice bunt. Perfect bunt. That is a perfect bunt, and Flatty is on third base with 1 out. Perfect bunt. I think that's going to be Roki's time to shine now. And Barger is coming in. A hit or a fly ball. We are tied, and we're not done yet. Yep. I think Yamamoto's done for. Well, oh no, that's the pitching coach. That's not Dave Roberts. I'm actually surprised. I would. Well, you got Barger, and then you got Clement. No. Clement's number 6. I keep mixing my numbers up. Varshow's coming up after Barger. Yeah, I think they're going to yank Yamamoto and go with Roki. You got to go with your closer. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're going to go with the closer, but they're not. Well, Barger just needs a fly ball to tie the game. Jays are 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position. A sac fly would be big because at least we at worst see a 12th inning in a game 7, which would tie a major league record. because I don't think there's been a game 7 that's been longer than 12 innings. And no, I'm not counting those best 5 out of 9 series and all that. Here's Barger. Ooh, no. Borderline. Well one. So, yeah, Barger. He's got a pair of singles. He got the 2 hits. Remember, game 6, he was kind of the GOAT, if you will. He should have stayed at second base. Even if they get out, okay, fair enough. 1-0. Ball 2. Okay. 2-0, 1 out. Yeah, they replaced Rojas. High ball 3. You could walk him, but Barger knows he's going to get 3-0 pitch. Practically, if he can just drive it for a looping hit or a what? Oh, Alejandro's up. I thought it was Farshall. 3-0. Ball 4. Well, that's not the worst thing that can happen. I mean, Barger walked. So now you do have the double play set up. So if I'm the Dodgers, that's going to be Rocky's time. We got Alejandro Kirk. Yeah, I'm guessing now they got to go with Roky here because you got Kirk, you got 2 men on base, and are they going to pull Yamamoto or no? Well, Kirk, nope, they're going to keep him on. I'm actually shocked. I think that's the time you put Roky in because you have a double play opportunity. Kirk, foul. Five, 4 in the bottom of the 11th. This is gut busting right here, right now. Just put it to the outfield. Ooh, I would have swung. If I were Kirk. I know it's low in the zone, but flip it over the shortstop. I know Clement. No. Yeah, Farshall and deck, then Clement. Oh, 2. Chopper. 1, 2, double play. And the Toronto Blue Jays have just choked again. The Los Angeles Dodgers are your world champions. The Toronto Blue Jays cannot believe it. The Hollywood ending has happened. And for the first time in 25 years, there is a repeat world champion. As the Los Angeles Dodgers have done it. The Toronto Blue Jays had it in the 7th inning. And now all the hate, all the Cutter rage will have to come out. I don't believe this. All Kirk had to do was lift one to the outfield and we tie. They're going to be talking about this on the worst Toronto chokes in sports history. The question now is this the worst Toronto sports choke in history? Because I think it is. Well, I'm going to end it at 4:20. Well, that's it. The Toronto Blue Jays did it again. Toronto sports did it again. Well, congratulations, America. You won the World Series. Congrats, President Trump. You won the World Series. And now we don't have to hear you bitching about Canada taking advantage of the U.S. again. So, yeah, that's it. I will end on the 4:20 mark. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.